welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1, she had never been to that neighborhood before, never walked down that street. But as she passed a row of old houses, one caught her eye. The porch light flickered. The front door stood ajar. Then a voice called from inside. "Welcome home, Sarah." Her blood ran cold. No one there should have known her name. The evening fog rolled gently through Oak Ridge Heights, a forgotten suburb where Victorian homes stood like neglected sentinels. Detective Morgan Reese pulled her car alongside the curb, the tires crunching softly on scattered autumn leaves. In the passenger seat, a manila folder held what little they knew. Sarah Winters, 34, reported missing 3 days ago after failing to return from what she had told friends was just a quick errand. The detective's fingers traced the edge of the folder as her eyes traveled up the weathered steps of 1418 Willow Lane. The porch light still flickered rhythmically, casting moving shadows across peeling blue paint. The neighbor who had called it, an elderly Mrs. Finch from across the street, sat wrapped in a cardigan on her own porch, watching. She had reported hearing a woman scream 2 nights prior, then nothing. Just the porch light flickering on and off, and the front door that remained partially open despite the autumn chill. "No one's gone in or out since," Mrs. Finch had told the patrol officers. "Not a soul." Morgan ascended the steps carefully, the wood creaking beneath her weight. Her partner, Detective Alan Hayes, followed close behind, his breathing steady in the quiet street. The air smelled of wet leaves and something out of place, perhaps old perfume or cleaning chemicals, the type of scent that clings to empty rooms long after their occupants have gone. "Sarah Winters never lived here," Hayes murmured, consulting his notes. According to her roommate, she had no connection to this neighborhood at all. "And yet someone called her by name," Morgan replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Inside, the house was a study in contradictions. A layer of dust covered most surfaces, but there were clean paths through it, recent movements carefully traced in the stillness. The living room contained furniture draped in sheets, untouched for what appeared to be years, but on the coffee table sat a teacup, the liquid inside still warm to the touch. The detectives moved through the rooms methodically, their flashlights creating pools of light in the growing darkness. The house seemed to absorb sound, wrapping each footstep in a blanket of silence. In the kitchen, they found dishes in the sink recently used, recently washed. A calendar on the wall was turned to the current month, though the paper had yellowed with age. "Place has been abandoned for years according to county records," Hayes said, checking his phone. "Last registered owner was a Margaret Holloway, died in 2011. No next of kin came forward. Bank foreclosed but never sold it." Morgan's attention drifted to a collection of photographs arranged on the mantelpiece. They showed a family mother, father, 2 daughters from decades past, their faces faded behind dusty glass, but at the end of the row stood a modern frame. Inside was a photograph of Sarah Winters, smiling on a beach somewhere, the wind catching her hair. It was the same photo that had been circulated with the missing persons report. "Hayes," Morgan called softly. Her partner approached, brow furrowing as he studied the photograph. "How is this possible?" he whispered. The floorboards above them creaked, a gentle sound like someone shifting their weight from one foot to another. Both detectives looked up at the ceiling, then at each other. Morgan unholstered her weapon, nodding toward the staircase. The upper floor was darker still, the windows covered with heavy drapes that blocked the streetlights. Four doors lined the hallway, all closed except one, the last on the right, from which spilled a soft yellow light. Morgan approached it slowly, Hayes close behind, the old floorboards announcing each careful step despite their best efforts. The room at the end of the hall had once been a bedroom. Now it was something else entirely. The walls were covered with photographs of Sarah Winters at the grocery store, walking to work, sitting in a coffee shop. Some appeared to have been taken from a distance, others through windows. On a desk sat several notebooks filled with meticulous handwriting, documenting Sarah's movements over months. She was being stalked, Hayes whispered, leafing through one of the notebooks. Morgan moved deeper into the room, her flashlight beam landing on a tape recorder. A small red light indicated it was still recording. Next to it lay a device that altered voice pitch, the kind used by prank callers or people wishing to disguise their identity. When Morgan pressed play on the recorder, a distorted voice filled the room. "Welcome home, Sarah." The voice matched what the missing woman's friend had described the last call Sarah had received before disappearing. A call that had apparently lured her to this address, to this house where someone had been watching, waiting, preparing. In the corner of the room, a closet door stood slightly ajar. Morgan approached it slowly, the floorboards sighing beneath her feet. The small space inside held only women's clothing, all in Sarah's size, all matching items from the photographs. At the back of the closet, something glinted in the beam of the flashlight. A hand mirror, its surface cracked but clean, propped against the wall as if someone had been looking at their reflection only moments before. The detectives searched the house until dawn, but found no trace of Sarah Winters, no blood, no signs of struggle. Just the evidence of someone who had studied her life with obsessive detail, who had called her by name and brought her to this forgotten house. The basement door was locked, its key missing. When they finally broke it open, they found only empty preserving jars and old gardening tools covered in cobwebs. 3 weeks later, Sarah Winters walked into a police station 2 counties over. Her clothes were clean, her hair freshly cut. She had no memory of where she had been or what had happened after she heard her name called from inside the house. The medical examination showed no signs of injury or assault, only a small, healing incision behind her left ear, so precise it was almost invisible. The house on Willow Lane was searched again, more thoroughly this time, but the room with the photographs had been emptied. The notebooks, the voice recorder, the clothes in the closet all gone. Only the cracked mirror remained, still propped against the back wall of the empty closet. Sarah Winters moved away soon after, changing her name and leaving no forwarding address. Detective Morgan Reese continued to visit the house periodically, drawn by something she couldn't explain. Sometimes, sitting in her car outside, she would see the porch light flicker on, though the electricity had long been disconnected. And sometimes, in the depths of night, she thought she could hear voices drifting from the open windows, conversations between people who sounded exactly alike. The case remains officially open, filed under unexplained circumstances. In her personal notes, kept separate from the official record, Detective Reese wrote only one thing: the mirror was clean because someone had been using it, someone who needed to practice becoming Sarah. Mrs. Finch still sits on her porch across the street, watching the house that stands empty once more. Occasionally she sees women walking past, women who pause, look up, and seem drawn to the darkened structure, women who never appear again. And sometimes, in the still hours before dawn, she hears the front door creak open, followed by a voice calling a name, a different name each time. The porch light continues to flicker, whether anyone is home or not. Story 2, the nurse had seen patients act strangely before, but this one was different. He never spoke, never moved. He just sat in his hospital bed, gripping a pen, staring at the wall. When she checked on him that night, his bed was empty. On the bedsheet, written in shaky handwriting, was a single sentence: "He's in the vents." At Lakeside Memorial Hospital, night shifts carried a particular quality of stillness. The fluorescent lights hummed softly overhead, casting everything in a pale, clinical glow that flattened shadows and dulled colors. Nurse Sarah Delgado had worked these corridors for 15 years, her rubber-soled shoes squeaking faintly against the linoleum as she made her rounds. She knew every sound the building made: the periodic sigh of the heating system, the distant ping of elevator doors, the occasional rustle of papers at the nurse's station. The patient in room 412 had been admitted 3 days earlier. The chart identified him as Thomas Mercer, age 54, suffering from an unspecified nervous condition. His medical history was surprisingly sparse: a few minor surgeries, nothing that explained his current state. What struck Sarah most was his stillness. While other patients fidgeted, complained, or called for assistance, Thomas simply sat, his posture rigid, eyes fixed on the blank wall opposite his bed. The ballpoint pen never left his right hand, though he never wrote anything in Sarah's presence. Dr. Allen, the attending physician, had noted Thomas's unresponsiveness but found no physical cause. "Psychological trauma," he'd murmured, flipping through the chart. "Let's see if the new medication helps. Call me if there's any change." That night the hospital seemed quieter than usual. The storm that had battered the windows earlier had passed, leaving behind a heavy silence. Sarah checked her watch too: 17 a.m., time for her rounds. She gathered her clipboard and made her way down the corridor, checking each room with practiced efficiency. When she reached room 412, she paused. The door was ajar, which was unusual. She distinctly remembered closing it after administering Thomas's medication at 10 p.m. She pushed it open slowly, her fingers lingering on the cool metal handle. The bed was empty. The sheets were rumpled and pulled back as if someone had left in a hurry. Sarah's pulse quickened slightly as she scanned the small room. The bathroom door stood open, the space beyond dark and unoccupied. Thomas's few personal belongings, a worn leather wallet, a pair of reading glasses, remained untouched on the bedside table. Sarah was about to turn and call for assistance when she noticed the writing. There, on the white sheet where Thomas's head had rested, was a single sentence scrawled in uneven letters: "He's in the vents." The pen that had been Thomas's constant companion lay discarded on the floor, its blue ink still wet on the fabric. Sarah stood very still, listening. The hospital's ventilation system continued its steady, mechanical breathing. Nothing seemed out of place, and yet everything felt wrong. Hospital protocol for missing patients was clear. Sarah notified security, who initiated a search of the building. Detective Marcus Reed arrived shortly after dawn, his notepad already open as he entered the room. He was a tall man with prematurely gray hair and eyes that seemed to catalog every detail they encountered. "Tell me about Mr. Mercer," he said, his voice quiet but authoritative. "What exactly was his condition?" Sarah explained what little she knew. Thomas had been brought in by ambulance 3 days earlier, found wandering on the highway shoulder in the rain. He hadn't spoken since arrival, hadn't responded to questions or stimuli. The only thing he'd shown any interest in was the pen he'd kept clutched in his hand. "And the message?" Reed asked, studying the rumpled bedsheet. "What do you make of it?" Sarah shook her head. "I don't know, it didn't make sense to me." Reed nodded thoughtfully. "Has anyone checked the ventilation system?" The maintenance staff was called in. The hospital's ventilation network was extensive metal arteries that wound through the building, connecting every room, every corridor. The chief engineer, a man named Grayson who had worked at Lakeside for over 2 decades, arrived with blueprints and a troubled expression. "These old systems," he explained, spreading the plans on a table in the administrative office. "They're more complex than you'd think. Some of the shafts are wide enough for a person to move through, especially in the older wing where room 412 is located." Reed traced a finger along the blueprints. How would someone access the system? Grayson pointed to several locations, maintenance panels mostly, but some of the older rooms have direct vents that could be removed with the right tools. The search began methodically. Security personnel and maintenance staff inspected every accessible portion of the ventilation system. They found nothing until late afternoon when a maintenance worker called out from the hospital's east wing. In a narrow shaft connecting to the basement, they discovered a small collection of items: a hospital gown neatly folded, a patient identification bracelet cut cleanly in half, and a folded piece of paper. On it, in the same uneven handwriting, "He's been here for years, in the walls, in the vents, watching." Detective Reed expanded the search to include the hospital's entire infrastructure: pipes, crawl spaces, storage areas. The building was old, with sections dating back to the 1940s. There were spaces forgotten by time, sealed off during renovations, existing only in outdated blueprints. As the investigation continued, Sarah began to notice things. Small things that might have gone unnoticed before: ceiling tiles slightly askew, unusual drafts in closed rooms, the occasional metallic tapping that seemed to follow no pattern. On the third day of the search, Reed requested to see Thomas Mercer's complete medical history. What arrived was troubling. There was no record of Thomas Mercer beyond his admission 3 days ago. No social security number that matched his name and age. No previous medical history in any database. "Who is he?" Sarah asked, staring at the sparse file. Reed didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled out a photograph. This was taken from the hospital's security cameras 2 weeks ago, before Mr. Mercer was admitted. The image showed a grainy view of the hospital's rear entrance. A figure stood just at the edge of the frame, partially obscured by shadow. Though the face wasn't clear, the posture was unmistakable, the same rigid stance Sarah had observed in room 412. "He was here," Reed said quietly, "watching the hospital, but why?" The answer came unexpectedly from the hospital's archives. A young clerk tasked with searching old records discovered a personnel file from 1978. It belonged to a maintenance worker named Thomas Mercer who had disappeared during his shift. The official report listed him as having abandoned his post, but a note in his file, written by his supervisor, suggested something stranger. Claimed to hear voices in the ventilation system, increasingly paranoid. "Requested transfer to day shift." There was no record of what had happened to him after his disappearance. No death certificate, no further employment history. Thomas Mercer had simply vanished. 3 days after the start of the investigation, with no trace of the missing patient, Detective Reed made a decision. Using specialized equipment, they began to scan the hospital's walls and floors, looking for anomalies in the building's structure. In the basement, beneath the oldest part of the hospital, they found something. A section of wall that didn't appear on any blueprint, with a crawl space behind it that led deeper into the foundation. The opening was small, just large enough for a person to squeeze through. Detective Reed led the way, flashlight in hand. The space beyond was narrow, the air stale and thick with dust. The beam of light cut through darkness, revealing a crude living space, a thin mattress, empty food containers, clothing, and covering every available surface, writing the same uneven script from the hospital bed. The words repeated the same themes. He watches, he listens, he lives in the walls. They found no sign of Thomas Mercer, neither the patient nor the long-missing maintenance worker. But they did find something else, a hospital ID badge, faded but still legible, bearing the name and photograph of a doctor. Dr. James Allen, the same Dr. Allen who was currently the attending physician on Thomas Mercer's case. The photograph showed a much younger man, but the resemblance was unmistakable. According to the badge, Dr. Allen had worked at Lakeside Memorial in 1978, the same year Thomas Mercer had disappeared. When they went to question Dr. Allen, his office was empty. His personal belongings were gone. The hospital administration had no record of him leaving, no resignation letter. His personnel file contained only recent information, nothing dating back beyond 5 years. In the days that followed, the hospital conducted a thorough sweep of its facilities. No trace of either Thomas Mercer or Dr. Allen was found. Security was increased, ventilation systems were secured, and the hidden space in the basement was sealed off. But sometimes on quiet nights when the hospital settles into its routine hush, the nurses on the night shift report hearing faint sounds in the walls, the soft scratch of pen on paper, the whisper of movement in the vents, and occasionally a door left slightly ajar as if someone had just passed through. Sarah Delgado requested a transfer to the day shift. She was granted it without question. But before she left the night shift behind, she checked room 412 one last time. The room was empty, freshly cleaned and prepared for a new patient. As she turned to leave, a slight movement caught her eye, a ceiling vent, its metal grill shifting ever so slightly, as if disturbed by something more than just the passage of air. Story 3, she booked the last available room online, desperate for a place to stay. The concierge handed her a key without a word. The hallway was empty, the lights dim, but when she tried to check out the next morning, the receptionist frowned. "Ma'am, that room doesn't exist." The disappearance of Eliza Thornton was first noticed on a Tuesday morning in late October, when the autumn light filtered through the half-bare trees surrounding the Blackwood Hotel. Detective Sarah Reeves stood in the hotel's grand lobby, her fingers tracing the spine of her worn leather notebook as she observed the receptionist's confused expression. The young man behind the counter kept insisting that room 712 simply wasn't part of the hotel's floor plan. Yet Eliza's credit card had been charged for exactly that room 3 nights prior. The lobby of the Blackwood Hotel carried that particular scent unique to historic buildings, a gentle mixture of old wood, faint lavender cleaning solution, and the whisper of thousands of conversations that had taken place within its walls over decades. As Detective Reeves waited for the hotel manager to arrive, she studied the framed black and white photographs that lined the wall behind the reception desk. Each displayed the hotel at different periods in its 80-year history, from its grand opening in 1937 to various renovations throughout the decades. "Detective, I'm Martin Wells, the hotel manager." A thin man with wire-rimmed glasses approached, his footsteps making no sound on the plush burgundy carpet. "I understand there's some confusion about one of our rooms." The detective nodded slowly, opening her notebook with deliberate care. "Yes, Mr. Wells, I'm investigating the disappearance of Eliza Thornton, who, according to her sister, checked into this hotel 5 days ago. She was supposed to attend a conference and return home to Chicago on Sunday. She never arrived home, and her last known location was here. The manager's brow furrowed as he led Detective Reeves to his office, a small room with dark wood paneling and a single window overlooking the hotel gardens. The heating system hummed quietly in the background, creating a cocoon of warmth against the chill October air outside. On his desk sat a large blueprint of the hotel, yellowed at the edges from years of handling. "This is the most recent floor plan," Wells said, his finger moving across the 7th floor. "As you can see, we have rooms 701 through 711, then 713 through 720. There is no room 712. There never has been." Detective Reeves removed her phone and swiped to a photograph sent by Eliza's sister, a receipt from the Blackwood Hotel, clearly showing a charge for room 712. The manager's confusion seemed genuine as he studied the image, the soft ticking of an antique clock on his bookshelf marking the passing seconds. "Our system shows no record of an Eliza Thornton staying here," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper, "and I can assure you that room doesn't exist." The detective requested access to security footage from the past week. As they made their way to the security office in the basement, she noticed the temperature dropping with each step down the narrow staircase. The security guard, a retired police officer named Jenkins, greeted them with a nod and a cup of coffee that steamed in the cool basement air. "Here's all our footage from the past week," Jenkins said, his chair creaking as he leaned forward to navigate through the files on his computer. "What day did she supposedly check in?" "Thursday evening around 8 p.m., Detective Reeves replied, settling into a chair beside him. The faint hum of the computer's cooling fan was the only sound in the small office as Jenkins pulled up the relevant footage. The grainy black and white video showed the lobby on Thursday night. At precisely 8:17 p.m., a woman matching Eliza's description entered, pulling a small suitcase behind her. They watched as she approached the front desk, spoke briefly with a concierge not the same one working today, and received a key. The security footage followed her to the elevator, but strangely, there was no camera footage of the 7th floor hallway. "That's odd," Jenkins muttered, scrolling through the available camera feeds. "We should have coverage of all hallways." Detective Reeves felt a slight chill run down her spine that had nothing to do with the basement's temperature. Is there any footage of her leaving the hotel at any point after checking in? Jenkins meticulously checked every exit camera for the following days. There was no sign of Eliza Thornton leaving the Blackwood Hotel. The investigation led Detective Reeves back to the 7th floor. Standing in the elegantly decorated hallway with its muted sconce lighting and patterned carpet, she counted the doors. Room 711 was followed immediately by 713, with no gap where room 712 should have been. She ran her fingers along the floral wallpaper between the two rooms, feeling nothing unusual, no hidden door, no indication of a sealed entrance. As she stood contemplating, an elderly housekeeper pushing a cleaning cart approached. The soft squeaking of the cart's wheels on the carpet broke the silence of the otherwise empty hallway. "Excuse me," Detective Reeves said gently. "Have you worked here long?" The woman Gloria, according to her name tag, nodded, her gray hair bobbing slightly with the movement. 37 years this December. "Has there ever been a room 712 on this floor?" Gloria's hands, spotted with age, tightened around the handle of her cart. For several long moments she said nothing, her eyes fixed on a point somewhere beyond the detective's shoulder. "Gloria," Detective Reeves prompted softly. "We don't talk about that room," Gloria finally whispered, her voice barely audible. "Not since what happened in 1985. Over a cup of tea in the empty hotel restaurant, Gloria gradually revealed the story that had become something of an urban legend among the hotel's long-term staff. In 1985, a guest had reportedly died in room 712, a wealthy businessman whose death was ruled a suicide. Shortly afterward, the hotel underwent renovations, and room 712 was sealed off, removed from the floor plan, and effectively erased from the hotel's official records. "But the room is still there?" Detective Reeves asked, watching the steam rise from her untouched tea. Gloria's eyes darted around the restaurant before she leaned forward. "Some say it is. Some say it appears only to certain guests, those who are similar to him in some way." Detective Reeves returned to the 7th floor with the hotel's maintenance supervisor, who reluctantly agreed to take measurements of the hallway and the adjoining rooms. The results confirmed what the detective had begun to suspect: there was indeed space unaccounted for between rooms 711 and 713, approximately the size of a standard hotel room. "There could be a sealed room," the supervisor admitted, tapping the wall with his knuckles. "These old hotels have all sorts of quirks. Rooms get sealed up during renovations, especially if there's asbestos or structural issues." With a search warrant in hand by that evening, Detective Reeves supervised as the maintenance team carefully began removing a section of wallpaper between rooms 711 and 713. Behind it, they found a door painted over and sealed shut, but unmistakably a door with the faded outline of the numbers 712 still visible beneath layers of paint. The door, when finally opened, revealed a hotel room frozen in time. A layer of dust covered every surface, but otherwise the room appeared to be in perfect condition, as if prepared for a guest. The bed was made with the same burgundy and gold bedspread used by the hotel decades ago. A vintage rotary phone sat on the nightstand. The curtains were drawn closed over a window that, from the outside of the building, didn't appear to exist. There was no sign of Eliza Thornton or her belongings. As Detective Reeves carefully documented the room, photographing each element, she noticed something unusual about the mirror above the dresser. Unlike the rest of the room, it was completely free of dust. When she approached it, she could have sworn she saw movement within its reflection, not her own image, but something else, something just beyond the edge of perception. The hotel records, when thoroughly examined, revealed a pattern that had gone unnoticed for years. Every few years, a guest would check into a room that officially didn't exist and subsequently disappear. The transactions were always deleted from the system afterward, yet the credit card charges remained digital ghosts in the financial records. More disturbing was what Detective Reeves found in the bottom drawer of the dresser in room 712, a collection of personal items spanning decades. A man's pocket watch from the 1940s, a woman's compact from the 1970s, a business card holder from the 1990s, and most recently, a smartphone in a pink case with the initials E.T. Eliza Thornton. The case of room 712 at the Blackwood Hotel remains officially unsolved. The room has been permanently sealed, this time with concrete and steel behind the reconstructed wall. The hotel continues to operate, its elegant facade giving no hint of the mystery it contains. Detective Reeves still visits the Blackwood Hotel occasionally, standing in the 7th floor hallway between rooms 711 and 713, listening for sounds that shouldn't be there. Sometimes, late at night when the hallway is empty, She swears she can hear the faint ringing of an old rotary phone coming from somewhere behind the wall, calling out to the next unsuspecting guest who might be desperate enough to book the last available room that isn't on any map. Story 4. The dressing room mirrors were sleek, well-lit, flawless. She tried on a jacket, turning to check the fit, but when she moved, her reflection didn't. For Detective Elias Mercer, the Willowbrook Mall case began as a notation in his weathered leather journal, a simple date, time, and location. Nothing in his 16 years with the Riverdale Police Department had prepared him for what the security footage would reveal. The way he sipped his coffee that morning, slow and deliberate, would be the last normal moment of his career. The steam rising from the mug curled into the air of his office like a question mark. The mall's fluorescent lights buzzed quietly overhead as Mercer walked the polished tile floors 3 days after the incident. The retail spaces hummed with normalcy, cashiers scanning items, shoppers browsing racks, but Mercer felt the dissonance. Department store music played softly in the background, a melody that seemed discordant now. His shoes made soft clicking sounds that echoed just enough to be noticed in the high-ceilinged space. She came in around 6:25 p.m., the store manager explained, her voice hushed as if speaking too loudly might resurrect the strange events. Walked straight to the women's section, browsed for maybe 10 minutes, nothing unusual. The security footage had been analyzed frame by frame. Vanessa Porter, 32, elementary school teacher, entered the store at exactly 6:24 p.m. The cameras tracked her movements through the cosmetics section, past housewares to the clothing department. Her hand reached out, fingers grazing fabrics as she moved. At 6:37 p.m., she selected 3 items and walked toward the fitting rooms. Our attendant remembers her, the manager continued, leading Mercer past racks of clothing that swayed slightly in the air conditioning's gentle current. Said she seemed happy, mentioned something about a dinner date that weekend. The fitting room attendant, a college student with tired eyes, nodded when asked. She took in a black blazer, gray slacks, and a blue blouse. I gave her room number 4. Her fingers worked nervously at the edge of her employee badge. I heard nothing unusual, just silence. The fitting rooms stood in a row along the back wall, each door identical cream-colored with brushed nickel handles that felt cool to the touch. Number 4 remained sealed with police tape, its surface unmarked except for a small silver room number. Mercer placed his palm against the door, feeling the smooth veneer, wondering about the last moments before everything changed. What they knew came primarily from the security camera positioned high above the fitting room corridor. Vanessa entered room 4 at 6:41 p.m. For 8 minutes, nothing happened. Then at 6:49 p.m., the door opened slowly. She stepped out, looked directly at the camera for 3 long seconds, then turned and walked away, leaving the clothing items behind. But the woman who exited wasn't Vanessa Porter. The facial recognition software confirms it. Mercer's partner, Detective Anna Reeves, had explained earlier that day. Her voice remained level despite the impossibility of her words. Same height, similar build, but 19 distinct facial markers that don't match. Whoever walked out of that fitting room wasn't the same person who walked in. The missing person report came 24 hours later when Vanessa didn't return home. Her car remained in the mall parking garage, her purse found in fitting room 4 along with her cell phone. The selected clothing items hung neatly on hooks inside, as if waiting for a customer who had simply vanished. Mercer stood now in the emptiness of room 4, absorbing the ordinary details: a small bench, hooks for clothing, and the mirror that covered the entire back wall. He studied his own reflection, the tired lines around his eyes, the silver threading through his dark hair. Something about the mirror drew him closer. He placed his fingertips against the cool glass surface. "We've tested it," the forensic technician had told him. "Standard glass with aluminum backing, nothing unusual in the composition." Yet something was unusual. The store's security logs showed no one entering fitting room 4 before Vanessa that day. The mall's master camera system recorded no one unusual entering or leaving the building. The woman who exited, who was not Vanessa, disappeared into a blind spot in the camera coverage and was never seen again. 3 weeks into the investigation, they discovered the first connection. 2 years earlier, in a mall 50 miles away, another woman had vanished from a fitting room. The security footage showed her entering but never leaving. Instead, someone else walked out, someone wearing her clothes, carrying her bag, but with a face that didn't match. That woman had also disappeared without a trace. "It's impossible," Reeves said over coffee one morning, her eyes red-rimmed from reviewing footage for the dozenth time. "People don't just vanish, and they certainly don't get replaced." But the evidence suggested exactly that. Mercer began collecting cases, 5 in total, spread across 3 states spanning 7 years. Always a fitting room, always a woman alone, always someone else walking out. The mirrors became his obsession. He visited each location, standing in fitting rooms where women had disappeared, staring into glass that reflected nothing unusual back at him. Standard tests revealed nothing abnormal about the mirror's composition, yet Mercer couldn't shake the feeling that something lurked behind the reflective surface, something watching, waiting. In the 6th month of the investigation, they caught a break. A facial recognition hit identified the woman who had walked out of fitting room 4. Erin Maxwell, reported missing 3 years earlier from a small town in Oregon. She had vanished from Mercer, felt a chill run through him as he read the report, a department store fitting room. The pattern began to emerge like a photograph slowly developing. A woman disappears. Years later, her face resurfaces as she exits another fitting room while someone new vanishes. A chain of disappearances and reappearances stretching back further than their database could track. Mercer returned to fitting room 4 late one evening after the store had closed. The manager let him in reluctantly, watching with concerned eyes as he carried in his equipment cameras with thermal imaging, electromagnetic field detectors, and a simple chair. "I'll need to be alone," he told her, "all night if possible." When the door closed behind him, Mercer set up his devices, positioned the chair 3 feet from the mirror, and sat down. The room felt smaller at night, the silence heavier. For hours, he watched his reflection, noting every blink, every shift in posture. At 2:17 a.m., as his eyes grew heavy, he noticed a microsecond delay between his movement and his reflection's response. He blinked. His reflection blinked a fraction too late. Heart pounding, Mercer stood and approached the mirror. His reflection matched him step for step now, but something had changed. The eyes watching him held a different quality, observant, calculating. He raised his hand to touch the glass. His reflection raised its hand too, but stopped just short of meeting his fingertips at the surface. The police report would later state that Detective Elias Mercer was found unconscious in fitting room for the following morning. The security footage showed nothing unusual, just Mercer entering and Mercer leaving 7 hours later. He recovered in a hospital with no memory of what had occurred after 2:17 a.m. The case remained open but inactive. Vanessa Porter was never found. The woman wearing her face never resurfaced. Detective Mercer requested transfer to a different department and refused to discuss the case again. But sometimes, late at night, Mercer would stand before the mirror in his bathroom, watching his reflection with wary eyes. And sometimes, just sometimes, he thought he caught it moving a moment too late, as if it were watching him rather than reflecting him. In those moments, he wondered who was really looking back at him from behind the glass, and he wondered how long it had been there, waiting. Story 5. The calf was almost empty when the man sat across from her. "Long time no see," he said with a smile, but she had never met him before. He started talking about her childhood, her hometown, things he shouldn't know. Then he leaned closer. "You don't remember me, do you?" Emma Reynolds felt her coffee cup grow cold between her fingers as she studied the stranger's face. The afternoon light filtered through the calf's dusty windows, casting long shadows across the worn wooden table that separated them. Outside, rain began to tap gently against the glass, creating a soft, rhythmic backdrop to this unsettling encounter. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice steady despite the unease creeping up her spine, "but I don't think we've met." The man, mid-40s, with salt and pepper hair and eyes that seemed to catalog her every movement, simply smiled. His fingers drummed once, twice on the table's surface before going still. "You grew up in Pinewood, the blue house on Maple Street. Your bedroom window faced the oak tree where you hung a tire swing when you were 9. He paused, watching recognition flicker across her face. "Your mother collected ceramic birds. You broke the blue jay when you were 12 and glued it back together before she noticed." The calf's ambient noise seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of Emma's heartbeat in her ears. These weren't facts anyone could find online. These weren't casual observations. This was her life, private moments she barely remembered herself. Detective Marvin Collins sipped his black coffee as he reviewed the case file spread before him. The precinct was quiet at this hour 3:27 a.m. according to the analog clock on the wall, its ticking a metronome counting the hours of another sleepless night. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a sterile glow over the scattered photographs and reports. Collins had been working homicide for 17 years, but the Reynolds case had lodged itself under his skin in a way few others had. Emma Reynolds, 34, found dead in her apartment 2 weeks after reporting a strange encounter at the Westside Cafe. No signs of forced entry, no apparent struggle. Just a woman lying peacefully on her sofa, as if she'd fallen asleep watching television, except for the nearly imperceptible pinprick on her neck, so small the first responding officers had missed it entirely. He ran his finger over the calf's surveillance photo, grainy and off-angle, showing Emma at a corner table. Across from her, partially obscured by a support beam, sat a figure Collins couldn't properly identify. Male, average build, dark clothing. The timestamp read 2:43 p.m. October 12th. The detective reached for the witness statement. The barista remembered little, a slow day, few customers. She recalled Emma seemed tense during her conversation, but assumed it was a challenging date or perhaps work stress. The stranger paid cash, left no receipt, no usable fingerprints on the table or cups. Collins closed his eyes, feeling the weight of sleeplessness behind them. When he opened them again, he focused on the toxicology report. An unusual compound had been found in Emma's bloodstream, a modified benzodiazepine, the lab suggested, but one they couldn't precisely identify. Something new, something engineered. In the dim light of his apartment, Dr. Marcus Webb carefully transcribed another entry into his leather-bound journal. His handwriting was methodical, precise, each letter formed with deliberate care as he documented his observations. The laptop beside him displayed Emma Reynolds' social media profile. open to photos from her childhood family gatherings, school events, everyday moments that most would scroll past without a second thought. Subject showed expected physiological responses to specific memory triggers, he wrote. Pupil dilation, micro-expressions of surprise, increased respiratory rate. He paused, tapping his pen against the page before continuing. Subject did not recognize me despite our previous encounters. Memory suppression protocol remains effective. Webb had first noticed Emma 16 years ago, a psychology student who had written a remarkably insightful paper on memory formation and trauma. He had been her professor for just one semester before accepting a position with a private research foundation, but something about her understanding of the human mind had resonated with him. She had unknowingly become the perfect subject for his work. Their chance encounters over the years had been carefully orchestrated, a conference where he presented and she attended, a grocery store in her neighborhood where he appeared to shop, brief moments where he observed her, tested small triggers, and withdrew before recognition could form. Each interaction meticulously documented, each response analyzed. As the weeks passed, Detective Collins found himself returning to the cafe where Emma had met the stranger. He would sit at the same table, order the same drink. She had chamomile tea with honey, and try to see the space through her eyes. What had she noticed? What had she felt as the stranger revealed his impossible knowledge? The case file grew thicker. Emma's medical history showed nothing remarkable until Collins discovered she had participated in a university sleep study during her sophomore year. The records were sparse, just dates and compensation amounts, but the program had been run by a Dr. Marcus Webb, who had left academia shortly after to work for a neuroscience research foundation with government contracts. When Collins tried to contact Webb, he encountered a series of administrative barriers. The foundation confirmed Webb had worked there but had retired 3 years ago. No current contact information available. His former colleagues described him as brilliant but intensely private. No one seemed to have kept in touch. Emily, the department's newest tech specialist, who made the connection. "I found something," she said, placing a folder on Collins' desk one morning. Inside were printouts showing GPS data from Emma's phone over the past 5 years. "Look at these locations." Every few months, she visited places she had no apparent reason to be. A conference center where she wasn't registered for any event. A library across town when there's one in her neighborhood. A cafe 40 minutes from her apartment. Collins spread the maps across his desk, seeing the pattern emerge. She was being followed. Or led, Emily suggested quietly. Dr. Webb knew his experiment was nearing its conclusion. For years, he had been testing the boundaries of memory manipulation, not erasure, which was crude and unreliable but subtle rewiring, creating blind spots in a subject's perception that would allow someone to remain literally unseeable despite multiple encounters. The military applications were obvious, but Webb's interest had always been more fundamental. How malleable was human consciousness? How much of our reality was constructed rather than perceived? Emma had been his most successful subject, genetically predisposed to the specific neurotransmitter response his compounds targeted. Each encounter had reinforced the pathways he had established during that university sleep study where it had all begun. Each meeting had been forgotten, yet each had left its trace in her unconscious mind. The final meeting at the cafe had been different. This time, he had wanted her to remember. The carefully calibrated dose he had slipped into her tea was designed to unravel specific memory blocks while leaving others intact. He needed to observe the cognitive cascade as years of manipulated perception suddenly resolved themselves. What Webb hadn't anticipated was how Emma's mind would respond to this deliberate unraveling. The human brain, when forced to reconcile contradictory realities, sometimes chooses the path of least resistance. 3 days after their calf encounter, Emma Reynolds had called a local reporter rather than returning to the police. Her voicemail, rambling but articulate, spoke of a man who had been following her for years, a man her mind had been unable to see or remember, a man who had been experimenting on her without her knowledge or consent. The reporter concerned had contacted the police. When officers conducted a welfare check, they found Emma peaceful, still, and beyond reaching. In the silent hours of another sleepless night, Detective Collins sat at his kitchen table, surrounded by case notes and photographs. The investigation had officially stalled. No conclusive evidence tied Dr. Webb to Emma's death. The unusual compound in her system couldn't be definitively linked to any known laboratory. The case would soon join the others in the cold case files, a box on a shelf gathering dust. But Collins knew, in the hollow space beneath his rational mind, in the part of him that recognized patterns beyond evidence, he knew. And he wondered how many others Dr. Webb had encountered over the years. How many had sat across from him at quiet tables, feeling that strange sense of familiarity they couldn't quite place. How many had heard him say, "You don't remember me, do you?" and felt their reality begin to unravel. He sipped his cold coffee and watched the night press against his windows, suddenly aware of how little he actually knew about the strangers who passed through his life, and how impossible it was to truly know if his memories were entirely his own. Story 6. The amber glow of streetlights filtered through the maple trees outside the Montgomery home, casting long shadows across neatly trimmed lawns. Detective Sarah Harlow stood at the edge of 8-year-old Emma Montgomery's bedroom, watching as forensic technicians dusted the white wooden windowsill with fine black powder. The room smelled of lavender and something else, a faint mustiness that didn't belong in a child's bedroom. Outside, the October wind whispered through leaves, carrying the promise of colder days to come. "Tell me again about yesterday afternoon," Sarah said softly, her voice barely disturbing the methodical rhythm of the crime scene technicians. Mrs. Montgomery sat on her daughter's bed, one hand absently smoothing the pink comforter while Emma leaned against her side, clutching a porcelain doll with unnaturally bright blue eyes. "It was just after 4, Mrs. Montgomery began, her gaze fixed on the window. Emma had just come home from school. I was in the kitchen preparing dinner when she came running in, talking about a new doll." Sarah jotted notes in her leather-bound notebook, the pages making a soft, rustling sound as she turned them. The weight of the pen felt reassuring between her fingers, something solid in a case that already seemed to be dissolving into impossibility with each passing hour. "And the doll wasn't there earlier?" Sarah asked, careful to keep her tone neutral, conversational. "No," Mrs. Montgomery's voice grew firmer. "I vacuum Emma's room every morning after she leaves for school. There was no doll on that windowsill." Emma looked up, her small fingers tightening around the doll's delicate waist. "She was waiting for me," the girl said, her voice clear in the hushed room. "I saw her from the driveway when I got off the school bus. She was sitting right there, watching." Sarah crouched down, bringing herself to eye level with Emma. The detective wore no perfume, no scented products, just the clean smell of unscented soap that wouldn't contaminate a crime scene. She'd learned early in her career that children notice things adults often missed. "May I see your doll, Emma?" The child hesitated, then slowly extended her arms. The The porcelain doll was heavier than it looked, perhaps 12 inches tall, with a face that had once been carefully painted but now showed signs of age. The cheeks retained a hint of blush, but fine cracks webbed across the pale porcelain. Its dress was yellowed lace, intricate but unmistakably antique. Sarah turned it over carefully, looking for a maker's mark or any identifying features. "Officer Chen," Sarah called softly. The young officer approached, his footsteps deliberately quiet on the carpeted floor. "Would you mind taking some photographs of this doll? Every angle, please." As Chen worked, Sarah moved to the window, where the light technician was carefully lifting a series of prints from the outer glass pane. "Anything?" she asked. "Yes and no," the technician replied, his voice a practiced monotone. "We have several partial prints on the outside of the glass. Someone definitely touched this window recently, but what's odd are these." He gestured to a series of small, dusty footprints on the interior windowsill. They're pointing inward, as if someone small climbed in. Sarah felt the familiar tightening in her chest that came with cases that didn't quite make sense. Any prints on the grass or flower bed outside? Nothing, grounds too dry to hold impressions. Later that evening, as darkness settled completely over the quiet suburban neighborhood, Sarah sat in her car parked across from the Montgomery home. The windows were slightly fogged from her breath as she reviewed her notes under the dim glow of the car's interior light. The facts, such as they were, remained stubbornly contradictory. A porcelain doll had appeared on Emma Montgomery's windowsill sometime between 8:15 a.m. when Mrs. Montgomery vacuumed the room and 4:05 p.m. when Emma returned from school. The window had been closed and locked, according to Mrs. Montgomery. No other items in the home were disturbed. Nothing was missing. Sarah scrolled through the photographs Officer Chen had sent to her phone. The doll was oddly familiar, though she couldn't place why. She expanded one image, focusing on the tiny maker's mark partially visible on the back of the doll's neck. Hartwick Dolls, 1924. A search through the department's database revealed nothing about Hartwick Dolls, and a wider internet search yielded only sparse information about a small doll-making company that had operated in the county during the 1920s before closing after a factory fire in 1925. Sarah's phone vibrated. A text from her partner, Detective Marcus, read, "You need to see this. Similar report from 1987, same neighborhood." The following morning found Sarah in the basement archives of the police station, surrounded by the musty scent of aging paper and the soft hum of ancient fluorescent lights. The case file from 1987 was thin, just a few typewritten pages and several Polaroid photographs paper-clipped together. "April 12, 1987, Marcus read aloud, his deep voice barely above a whisper despite the emptiness of the archive room. 6-year-old Rebecca Wilson reported finding a porcelain doll on her windowsill after school. Parents reported window had been locked, no signs of forced entry." Sarah spread the photographs across the metal table. The doll in the images was unmistakably similar to the one Emma Montgomery had found, the same painted face, the same lace dress, though in these older photographs the dress appeared newer, less yellowed by time. "What happened with the case?" Sarah asked, though the thinness of the file already suggested the answer. "Nothing," Marcus replied. "It was filed as unexplained. No further incidents were reported." "And the Wilson family moved away about a month later, according to the notes." Sarah pulled another file from the box, this one from 1952, even thinner than the 1987 case. The details were sparse but eerily similar. A child, a doll appearing on a windowsill, confused parents, no explanation found. As she closed the file, something slipped out, a small newspaper clipping, yellowed with age. The headline read, "Local Girl Still Missing After 3 Weeks." The article described the disappearance of 7-year-old Margaret Hartwick, daughter of the owner of Hartwick Dolls, who had vanished from her bedroom on a cold October night in 1924. The only clue, the article stated, was a strange set of footprints on the girl's windowsill, pointing inward as if someone had climbed in rather than out. That evening, Sarah returned to the Montgomery home. The air felt heavier now, the tree branches scraping against the darkening sky like fingers against glass. Mrs. Montgomery met her at the door, her face drawn with new lines of worry. "Emma won't put the doll down," she whispered. "She says it gets sad when she tries to leave it somewhere." In Emma's room, the child sat cross-legged on her bed, whispering to the doll. When she saw Sarah, she smiled but didn't loosen her grip on the porcelain figure. "Emma," Sarah said gently, settling onto the edge of the bed, "can you tell me more about your doll? Does she have a name?" Emma looked down at the doll, then back at Sarah. "She says her name is Margaret," the girl replied, "and she says she's been looking for a way home for a very long time." Sarah felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air seeping through the window frame. "And where is home, Emma?" The little girl's expression turned suddenly serious, her eyes seeming older than her years as she looked toward the window. "She doesn't remember anymore, that's why she keeps looking, but she says she likes it here. She thinks maybe she'll stay." Later that night, Sarah sat in her car once more, watching the Montgomery house. The lights went out one by one: kitchen, living room, parents' bedroom. Only Emma's room remained illuminated, a soft glow behind curtains that occasionally shifted with the movement of someone or something inside. Sarah's phone buzzed with a text from Marcus. 1924 newspaper archives mention Hartwick's daughter had a favorite doll that went missing when she did. No description found. The detective turned off her phone and leaned back, her eyes never leaving the window of Emma's room. In the stillness of the night, she thought she could see a small silhouette sitting on the windowsill, looking out or perhaps looking in. The wind picked up, rustling through the maple trees, carrying dead leaves across the neatly trimmed lawn. Sarah wondered, as the light in Emma's room finally went out, whether footprints might be found on the windowsill come morning, and which way they might be pointing. Story 7. The gas station was open, the doors unlocked, the shelves stocked, but there was no clerk, no customers. The street outside was empty, cars parked, doors open, but no people. When he picked up a newspaper, the headline chilled him. "Do not trust them. They're WATCHING." Detective James Mercer stood in the fluorescent glow of the Sunrise fuel stop, his shadow stretching long across the linoleum floor. The coffee in the pot behind the counter was still warm, giving off a rich aroma that filled the empty space. A half-eaten donut sat on a napkin, the bite marks fresh enough that the glaze hadn't hardened along the edges. Someone had been here recently. The radio behind the counter played softly, a gentle melody interrupted occasionally by static. Outside, the Montana wind whispered through the pines that surrounded the small town of Whisper Creek, population 743, or at least that had been the population until yesterday. Mercer had been called in from the state police after the local sheriff's office failed to respond to a series of increasingly concerned calls from neighboring communities. The town's sudden silence had been noticed first by a delivery driver who reported that no one had accepted his packages, despite open businesses and homes that appeared occupied. The detective's shoes made a soft squeak against the floor as he moved toward the newspaper rack. Each publication bore the same disturbing headline, printed in bold black letters: "Do not trust them. They're WATCHING." There was no article beneath it, just the headline, repeated on every page. He slipped on a pair of latex gloves, the snap echoing in the empty store. Carefully, he picked up the newspaper, feeling its weight normal, ordinary, but something about the print seemed off. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, he could see that the ink wasn't quite dry, smudging slightly against his gloved finger. Outside, the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across Main Street. Mercer stepped out, the bell above the door jingling cheerfully, incongruous with the eerie silence. A red pickup truck sat in front of the hardware store, its driver's door open, keys still in the ignition. The soft ping of the door ajar alert continued steadily, the only sound besides the wind. In the diner across the street, plates of food sat on tables, some with forks still stuck in half-eaten meals. Steam rose from coffee cups, visible through the windows. It was as if everyone had simply stood up and walked away in the middle of lunch. Mercer's radio crackled, making him jump despite his 20 years on the force. "Detective, we've got something at the school," came the voice of Officer Landry, one of the few who had accompanied him into Whisper Creek. "You should see this." The elementary school sat at the edge of town, a low brick building surrounded by a playground. The swings moved gently in the breeze, creating a soft, rhythmic creaking. Inside, the halls were silent, classroom doors open. On the walls, colorful artwork hung children's drawings of stick figures and houses with smoking chimneys. Landry stood in the gymnasium, his posture tense as he pointed to the basketball court. "It was like this when I came in." Written across the polished wood floor in what appeared to be white chalk were the words, "They look like US, but they're not US." Mercer crouched down, studying the writing. The chalk lines were perfectly straight, unnaturally so, as if created by a machine rather than a human hand. "Have you found any people at all?" Mercer asked, his voice sounding too loud in the empty gym. Landry shook his head. "Not one, but there's something else." He led Mercer to the principal's office, where a computer monitor glowed softly in the dim room. On the screen was a single document, a list of names every resident of Whisper Creek, arranged alphabetically. Next to each name was either a check mark or an X. "The last modification to this file was made yesterday at 2:17 p.m., Landry said softly. Then all internet and phone communication from the town stopped. As the evening drew on, Mercer and his small team gathered in the sheriff's office. The building was just as they had found it, unlocked, lights on, coffee in the pot. The dispatch radio occasionally emitted static, but no voices came through. "We've searched every building in town," Officer Chen reported, placing a map on the table. "No people, no bodies, no signs of struggle. It's like they all just walked away." Mercer nodded slowly, his mind working through the possibilities. Any clues about who they might be, the ones mentioned in the newspaper and the gymnasium. Chen shook her head. "Nothing concrete, but we found this in the mayor's office." She slid a manila folder across the table. Inside was a series of photographs taken from security cameras around town. They showed normal scenes: people shopping, children playing, cars driving past. But in several images there were figures that seemed off. Their faces were slightly blurred, their movements captured in a way that made them look unnatural, almost robotic. Could be a camera malfunction, Landry suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. Mercer studied the photos, feeling a chill creep up his spine despite the warmth of the room. These were taken over the last month, he noted. Look at the dates. The figures with the blurred faces appeared more frequently in the more recent photos. In the final image, taken just 2 days ago, nearly half the people captured had that same unsettling blur. As night fell, the team decided to remain in the sheriff's office, none of them willing to separate in the empty town. The power remained on, but they lit candles anyway, the warm glow more comforting than the harsh overhead lights. Mercer couldn't sleep. He sat at the sheriff's desk, reviewing the evidence they had gathered. The newspaper headline, the message in the gym, the list of names with check marks in excess, the photographs. Something was happening in Whisper Creek, something beyond normal explanation. In the quiet of the night, he heard a soft, rhythmic sound coming from outside. Standing at the window, he peered into the darkness. There, moving down Main Street, was a procession of people. They walked in perfect unison, their steps synchronized, their faces expressionless. They didn't speak, didn't look around. They simply walked, heading toward the mountains that loomed in the distance. Mercer reached for his radio, then hesitated. In the moonlight, he could see their faces clearly. They were the people from the photographs, the ones with the blurred faces, but they weren't blurred now. They were perfect, too perfect. Their skin seemed to glow slightly, their movements too precise to be human. Behind them walked others, people with normal faces, eyes wide with fear, but bodies moving in that same unnatural rhythm, as if controlled by an unseen force. Mercer watched as the procession disappeared into the tree line. He knew he should alert his team, should document what he had seen. But a sudden, overwhelming feeling told him to stay silent, to keep still. In the morning, when the others awoke, he said nothing about what he had witnessed. Instead, he suggested they expand their search to the surrounding forest. As they prepared to leave, he noticed a small mirror on the sheriff's desk. When he glanced into it, just for a moment, he thought he saw his own face blur, then sharpen again. The wind picked up as they stepped outside, carrying with it the faint sound of footsteps, marching in perfect unison, moving steadily away from the empty town of Whisper Creek. To this day, the case remains unsolved. The townspeople of Whisper Creek were never found. The investigation was officially closed after 3 months with no conclusive evidence of what had happened. Detective Mercer retired shortly after, moving to a remote cabin in the mountains. Sometimes, late at night, he thinks he hears them footsteps in perfect unison, moving through the forest. And sometimes, when he catches his reflection in a window or a mirror, he could swear his face blurs just for a moment. And he wonders if they're still watching, if they're coming back, if perhaps they never really left at all. Story 8, the apartment was quiet that night. Not the comfortable silence of peaceful solitude, but the hollow emptiness that follows a major life change. David Mercer had just moved to Portland 3 days ago, leaving behind a 10-year career in Seattle and most of his possessions. The bare walls of his new place amplified even the smallest sounds, the occasional car passing outside, the refrigerator's soft hum, the faint creak of the floorboards beneath his feet. Earlier that day, David had finally gotten around to setting up his new phone. A fresh start, he had told himself. New city, new job, new number. He placed the sleek device on his nightstand, its screen casting a soft blue glow across the unfamiliar bedroom. The time read 11:42 p.m. He had no contacts saved yet, no history of calls or messages, just a blank slate mirroring his new life. The sudden shrill ring pierced the silence like a needle. David startled, his hand instinctively reaching for the phone. The screen illuminated with an incoming call. The number displayed was his own, his new number calling itself. He stared at it for several seconds, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. A technical glitch, perhaps, or some kind of phone company verification. When he finally answered, there was only breathing on the other end. Slow, measured breaths that seemed to echo slightly, as if the caller stood in a small, empty room. David waited, listened, then finally spoke. "Hello," his voice sounded strange to his own ears, tentative and thin. The breathing continued for 3 more seconds, then stopped abruptly. The call ended. Detective Eliza Warren sipped her coffee, grimacing at its bitterness as she reviewed the case file. The precinct was quiet at 7:30 a.m., just how she liked it. The morning sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting striped shadows across her desk and the open folder before her. "Third one this month," she murmured to herself, tapping her pen against the edge of the desk. 3 separate individuals, all new to the area, all with recently acquired phone numbers, all receiving calls from their own numbers, followed by strange occurrences. What had begun as an odd technical anomaly had evolved into something far more disturbing. David Mercer's case was the most recent. After the strange call, he had gone to sleep, dismissing it as a fluke. But the next morning, he discovered a voicemail that had apparently been left during the night. The recording contained only static and what sounded like distant, indistinct voices. Then, 3 days later, David began receiving text messages from his own number, messages containing personal details about his daily routine, his new workplace, even what he had eaten for dinner the previous night. Warren flipped through her notes on the other cases. Marissa Chen, a graduate student who had moved to Portland 6 weeks ago, had experienced something similar. After the self-calling phone incident, she began finding small objects in her apartment slightly moved from where she had left them. A coffee mug on the opposite side of the counter, a book placed spine down when she distinctly remembered closing it properly. Nothing stolen, nothing damaged, just moved, as if someone wanted her to notice. The third case involved Thomas Reeves, a recently divorced father of 2 who had relocated to be closer to his children. After receiving the strange call from his own number, he began noticing a car parked across from his apartment building. The same car, day after day, never with anyone inside. When police ran the plates, they came back registered to a man who had died 3 years earlier. Warren reached for her phone and dialed the number for the telecommunications expert she had consulted on the case. "Alan, it's Detective Warren. Have you made any progress on those signal traces?" She listened intently as he explained his findings, her expression growing more troubled with each passing moment. According to Alan, the calls were not the result of a technical glitch or a simple spoofing technique. The signals were actually originating from the victim's own phones, but at times when the phones were demonstrably in their owner's possession. It was as if the phones existed in 2 places simultaneously, an impossibility that defied technical explanation. The detective's office grew warmer as the morning progressed. Warren removed her jacket, draping it over the back of her chair as she continued to piece together the puzzle. She studied the map she had pinned to her bulletin board, marking the locations of all 3 victims' residences. They formed a nearly perfect triangle across the city. "What am I missing?" she whispered, tracing the lines between the points with her finger. The door to her office opened, and her partner, Detective Marcus Holloway, entered with a grim expression. "We've got another one," he said, placing a new folder on her desk. Same pattern, new resident, new phone, call from their own number. Warren opened the folder to find a photo of a young woman with auburn hair and tired eyes. Sophia Davenport, 28, moved here from Chicago last week, Holloway explained. But there's something different about this one. She recorded the call. A chill ran down Warren's spine despite the warmth of the room. She recorded it. Holloway nodded, placing a small digital recorder on the desk. Listen. Warren pressed play. At first, there was only the sound of breathing, just as the others had described. But then, faintly in the background, she could hear what sounded like a conversation. Multiple voices speaking quietly as if in another room. She leaned closer, straining to make out the words. Connection established. Match the parameters with the next phase. The recording ended. Warren looked up at her partner, her coffee now cold and forgotten. What are we dealing with here, Marcus? I don't know, he admitted, but Sophia Davenport's apartment is here. He pointed to a spot on the map. Warren felt her stomach drop. The location completed a perfect square with the other 3 victims. As Warren and Holloway drove to Sophia's apartment, the detective's mind raced with possibilities. A coordinated stalking campaign, some kind of elaborate scam, or something else entirely. The building was quiet when they arrived, too quiet. Sophia's neighbor confirmed she had been home all morning, yet she wasn't answering her door. After several minutes of knocking, Warren made the decision to enter the apartment. Inside, everything was in perfect order. A half-empty coffee mug sat on the kitchen counter, still warm to the touch. Sophia's phone lay on the coffee table, its screen dark, but of Sophia herself there was no sign. Warren picked up the phone, examining it carefully. The screen lit up at her touch, displaying a notification, one new voicemail. With gloved hands, she accessed the voicemail and put it on speaker. The message began with the same breathing pattern they had heard before. Then a voice distorted. Neither distinctly male nor female spoke 6 words that made Warren's blood run cold. The circle is complete. They're coming. The investigation continued for months. Forensic teams combed through each victim's apartment, finding no signs of forced entry, no evidence of struggle. Digital forensics experts examined their phones, discovering strange anomalies in the device's location data moments when the phones appeared to be in 2 places at once. All 4 victims remained missing, their disappearances a mystery that haunted Detective Warren day and night. She pored over the evidence, searching for patterns, connections, anything that might reveal what had happened to them. Then, exactly 3 months after the first disappearance, Warren received a call while working late at the precinct. The caller ID displayed her own number. For a long moment, she stared at the phone as it rang, her heart pounding in her chest. Finally, she answered. Hello. There was only breathing on the other end. Story 9. He had worked in the same office for years, but one day he noticed something strange, a door he had never seen before. It had no label, no handle. When he asked his boss about it, the man's face went pale. That door should never be opened. Michael Lawson couldn't remember exactly when the door first appeared in his peripheral vision. Perhaps it had always been there, nestled in the corner of the accounting department's east wall, painted the exact same shade of eggshell white as its surroundings. Perhaps he had walked past it 1,000 times, his mind too occupied with quarterly reports and client meetings to notice its subtle presence. Or perhaps, and this thought sent a whisper of unease down his spine, it truly hadn't been there. until that overcast Tuesday in November. The fluorescent lights hummed above as Michael stood before the door, coffee cooling in his hand. No handle, no hinges visible from this side, no nameplate or room number like every other door in the Caldwell Financial Building. Just a thin, almost imperceptible seam in the wall, rectangular and undeniably door-shaped. "Something wrong with the wall, Lawson." The voice belonged to Gerald Whitaker, the company's CFO. A man whose tailored suits never wrinkled and whose silver hair remained perfectly coiffed regardless of Chicago's notorious weather. "This door," Michael said, gesturing with his coffee cup. "I've never noticed it before. Where does it lead?" The subtle shift in Whitaker's expression lasted only a fraction of a second, a tightening around the eyes, a momentary paleness washing over his usually ruddy complexion. Then his professional mask slid back into place, though slightly askew. "That door should never be opened," Whitaker said, his voice carrying an unfamiliar weight. "It's an old maintenance access. Building management sealed it years ago, not up to code." He checked his watch with deliberate precision. "Don't you have the Henderson audit to finish by end of day?" Michael nodded, watching as Whitaker continued down the hallway, shoes clicking against the polished floor with slightly more urgency than usual. For 3 days, Michael managed to focus on his work, pushing thoughts of the door aside. But on Friday afternoon, as the office emptied for the weekend, he found himself standing before it again. The overhead lights seemed dimmer here, casting subtle shadows that made the seams of the door more pronounced. He ran his fingertips along its edge, feeling the slightest draft of cool air seeping through. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Michael turned to find Elaine from HR watching him, her arms clutching a cardboard box filled with personal items, a small potted plant perched precariously on top. "You're leaving?" he asked, noticing the box. After 17 years, her smile didn't reach her eyes. Funny how you can spend nearly 2 decades in a place and still not know all its secrets. "Like this door." She set the box down carefully, adjusting the plant. "Did you know there's no record of the original architect for this building? The firm that designed it dissolved in 1988, all their files mysteriously lost in a fire. This building shouldn't exist, at least not according to any official blueprints on file with the city." "That sounds like an urban legend," Michael said, though something in her tone made him uneasy. "Maybe," Elaine straightened her blazer, "but people who get too curious about that door tend to either stop asking questions very suddenly or they transfer to other departments, like Diane Collins back in 2016. "I don't remember any Diane Collins." "Exactly." Elaine picked up her box. "Goodbye, Michael. Take care of yourself." The following Monday, Michael arrived early, intending to catch up on work. The office was empty, silent except for the gentle hum of the ventilation system. As he passed the mysterious door, he noticed something different, a thin line of light visible at its base, warm and yellow against the cold blue-white of the fluorescent overhead. His heart quickened as he pressed his ear against the door's surface. From beyond came the faintest sound of scratching, like pencil on paper, rhythmic and deliberate. Then, a voice so quiet he might have imagined it murmuring numbers in a continuous stream. Detective Sarah Reeves rubbed her temples, the precinct's coffee doing little to ward off her exhaustion. 3 weeks since Michael Lawson had been reported missing, and the case had yielded nothing but contradictions and dead ends. "Run it by me again," said her partner, Detective Marcus Wells, leaning against her desk. Lawson shows up to work on Monday, swipes his keycard at 6:43 a.m., and then nothing. Security cameras show him walking down the east corridor of the 14th floor at 6:47, Sarah said, spreading photographs across her desk. Then he simply vanishes. No exit on camera, no keycard swipes at any door, elevator, or stairwell. His car remained in the parking garage until his sister reported him missing 3 days later. And the door he allegedly found. Sarah pulled out the floor plans for the Caldwell Financial Building. According to these, there is no door on that wall, just solid concrete between accounting and the elevator shaft. Yet interviews with Lawson's coworkers had revealed something strange. None could recall seeing any door where Lawson had described, yet 5 separate employees mentioned feeling uncomfortable walking past that section of hallway. 2 admitted to taking longer routes to the break room specifically to avoid it. "What about the HR woman, Elaine Pearson?" Marcus asked. "That's another dead end. She did resign the Friday before Lawson disappeared, but when we interviewed her at her new job in Minneapolis, she claimed she never had any conversation with Lawson about a door. Said she barely knew him beyond saying hello in the elevator." "And the building history." Sarah handed him a folder. This is where it gets interesting. The original architectural firm, Westlake and Associates, did go out of business in 1988, and there was a fire at their storage facility that destroyed many of their records, but I found something in the city archives. She pointed to a faded blueprint. This is dated 1986 during a renovation. See this section here. Marcus lined in, squinting at the yellowed paper. That's where our mystery door would be, but this shows. "A room," Sarah finished. "A room that doesn't exist on any current floor plan, approximately 12 by 15 feet. No windows, single door access, and look at the notation." In faded pencil, nearly invisible, someone had written, "SR7, do not include in final plans." 2 days later, with a reluctant building manager in tow, Sarah and Marcus stood before the blank wall where Michael Lawson had last been seen. The manager shifted uncomfortably as Sarah ran her hand along the surface. "I've worked here 8 years, he said. "There's never been a door here." Sarah pressed her palm flat against the wall, feeling the coolness of the surface. "Bring the thermal camera," she told Marcus. The image on the small screen showed what the naked eye couldn't see: a perfect rectangle of colder temperature, outlining what could only be a door. "Open it," Sarah ordered. "There's nothing to open," the manager protested. "It's solid wall." Marcus ran his hands along the edges revealed by the thermal imaging. "There's a seam here, barely perceptible, but it's there." He pressed firmly, and with a soft click, a section of the wall recessed slightly. The room beyond was small, windowless, illuminated only by a single hanging bulb that cast harsh shadows across the space. A desk faced the wall, covered with stacks of ledgers and accounting books, some so old their leather bindings had cracked with age. Behind the desk sat a figure hunched over a large book, pencil moving in a constant, fluid motion across the page. For a moment, Sarah thought the person hadn't noticed their entrance. Then, without looking up, the figure spoke in a voice parched from disuse. 4,873 days, 16 hours and 22 minutes. The books must balance. The person turned slowly, eyes blinking against the hallway light now spilling into the room. Sarah recognized Michael Lawson from his photograph, though his appearance had deteriorated dramatically. His clothes, the same ones he had worn the day he disappeared, hung loosely on his frame. His face was gaunt, beard grown and patchy and unkempt, eyes sunken and surrounded by dark circles. "Mr. Lawson," Sarah stepped forward cautiously. "I'm Detective Reeves. You've been missing for 3 weeks." Confusion crossed his features. 3 weeks? No, that's not possible. I've been here since morning. The numbers needed correcting. He gestured to the books. Someone has been falsifying the accounts for years, decades. I found discrepancies dating back to 1986. Marcus examined the room. Besides the desk and chair, there was no other furniture. No food, no water, no bathroom facilities. No possible way Lawson could have survived 3 weeks in this space. Yet the ledgers were real, filled with numbers in different handwritings, some entries dating back nearly 40 years. And on the final pages of the most recent book, Michael Lawson's increasingly erratic handwriting covered every available space, numbers flowing into one another in a chaotic stream. As paramedics took a disoriented Lawson away, Sarah noticed something etched into the wall behind where the desk had stood, a list of names, each with dates beside them. Some she recognized from the company's employee records. The final name was Michael Lawson, with an entry date matching his disappearance, but no exit date. The name above his Diane Collins, 2016-2022, had been crossed out. Gerald Whitaker was arrested the following day, though the full extent of the financial fraud would take forensic accountants months to unravel. The investigation revealed a complex embezzlement scheme spanning decades, with millions siphoned through ghost accounts and manipulated books. But some questions remained unanswered. How had Lawson survived 3 weeks in that room without food or water? Why did he believe only hours had passed? And what had happened to Diane Collins and the others whose names appeared on that wall? The medical examiner who assessed Lawson noted something strange in her report. His physical condition, while showing signs of significant stress, did not match the expected deterioration for someone who had gone 3 weeks without sustenance. His dehydration levels, in particular, suggested no more than a day without water. When asked directly about the room and how he had survived, Lawson's responses became confused and contradictory. "The door found me," he would say. "Time moves differently in there. The numbers have to balance. Someone always has to balance the books." 6 months later, the Caldwell Financial building stood vacant, its reputation tainted by scandal. The mysterious room had been demolished during the police investigation. The wall opened up to reveal nothing but ordinary building materials and empty space between floors. Detective Sarah Reeves occasionally drove past the building on her way home, its dark windows reflecting the Chicago skyline. She had requested to keep the case open, convinced there were aspects still unexplained, connections not yet made. Her superiors disagreed, pleased with the fraud convictions, and happy to file away the more inexplicable elements of the case. But sometimes, late at night, she would review her personal copies of the case files, studying the photographs of that room, of the list of names etched into the wall. And she would wonder about the nature of doors, how some, once noticed, can never be unseen, and how some, once opened, may never truly close again. Story 10. The renovations were always bound to uncover strange things, old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. But when the couple pulled up the floorboards, they didn't expect to find a letter folded neatly beneath the wood. The paper was brittle, the ink faded, but the message was clear: don't trust the one who knocked. Before they could react, 3 sharp raps echoed through the empty house. The discovery sent chills down their spines. Sarah and Michael had purchased the Victorian-era home at an estate auction, charmed by its ornate moldings and rich history. They never imagined their renovation project would unearth something so unsettling. Detective Alina Reed arrived with her partner, the floorboards still pulled up, exposing the dark cavity beneath. Her weathered hands, marked by years of handling evidence, carefully extracted the note using gloved fingers. The couple had touched it already unavoidable contamination. Reed studied their faces as they recounted the knocking sound. Their fear seemed genuine. Background checks revealed nothing suspicious about Sarah and Michael. Newlyweds, good credit, stable jobs. The house, however, had a more complex history. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for decades, it had been vacant for 2 years following the death of the last resident, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow who lived alone. Neighbors described Margaret as reclusive but pleasant. No known enemies, no suspicious circumstances around her death, natural causes, according to the coroner, yet something felt off. Forensic analysis dated the note to approximately 20 years earlier. The handwriting exhibited signs of distress. Pressure points suggested fear or urgency. Margaret would have been in her 60s then, living with her husband, Franklin, who had passed away 5 years before her. Reed expanded her investigation, digging through county records and interviewing former acquaintances of the Hargroves. Franklin had been respected in the community, a retired teacher with a passion for woodworking. Several pieces of his handcrafted furniture still remained in the house. A former student of Franklin's remembered him as kind but troubled during his final teaching years. He became paranoid, the student recalled, kept mentioning someone watching him. We all thought it was early dementia. The breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Margaret's sister, now living in a nursing home. Her memory faded in and out, but certain details remained sharp. Margaret was afraid of him near the end, she whispered. Not Franklin, no. The man who came knocking, the collector. Reed leaned forward, the collector. Franklin owed money, gambling debts. The man would come knocking. 3 times, always 3 knocks. Margaret wanted to sell the house to pay him off, but Franklin refused. Reed returned to the house, this time with a forensic team. They removed more floorboards, searching the crawl space methodically. The cadaver dogs found it first beneath the foundation, wrapped in plastic. A male skeleton, skull fractured in multiple places. Dental records confirmed it wasn't Franklin Hargrove. Franklin had been cremated, his ashes scattered according to his wishes. This was someone else, someone who had never been reported missing. Further excavation revealed more a wallet preserved inside the plastic. The ID inside belonged to Victor Mercer, known to police as a loan shark and collector for an illegal gambling operation. He had vanished 20 years ago without a trace. The case pieced itself together through forensic evidence and Margaret's diaries found hidden in the attic. Franklin had accrued substantial gambling debts. When Mercer came to collect with threats against Margaret, Franklin snapped. The workshop tools became weapons. The crawl space became a tomb. The note became a warning. Margaret had helped clean up, not out of malice, but out of fear and devotion. Her diaries revealed the torment she lived with afterward. I hear the knocking sometimes, even when nobody's there. 3 knocks, always 3. Franklin says it's my imagination. After Franklin died of a heart attack, Margaret lived alone in the house, never remarrying, never moving, keeping the secret beneath her feet. Her diary entries became increasingly paranoid. The knocking continues. I fear someone knows. The case was officially closed. The remains of Victor Mercer were returned to his remaining family. Justice, cold and delayed, had finally been served. Sarah and Michael sold the house, unable to live with its history. It remains vacant, the renovations abandoned. Local rumors claim that sometimes, in the dead of night, 3 distinct knocks can be heard echoing through the empty halls. Whether it's the settling of old wood or something more sinister remains unknown. The note remains in evidence storage, its message a chilling reminder: don't trust the one who knocked. Margaret never specified whether she meant Mercer, Franklin, or perhaps someone else entirely, someone who had discovered their secret and used it to torment her in her final years. Some mysteries, Detective Reed noted in her final report, are never fully solved, even when we think we know the truth. Story 11. She wanted to repaint the nursery before the baby arrived. The walls were a faded blue, the kind that held years of stories beneath its layers. As she rolled on the first coat, the white paint revealed something beneath letters, barely visible at first, then sharper, clearer. A message scrawled beneath the surface. Don't let it hear you. Her breath caught. She stepped back, and that's when she saw it, tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high on the wall for any child to have made. The discovery in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the beginning of what investigators would later call the Whispering House case. The young couple had purchased the Victorian-style home just months before for what seemed like an impossibly low price. The real estate agent had mentioned minor cosmetic issues, but nothing about the property's dark history. Detective Sarah Klein pressed the doorbell, notebook in hand. A woman answered, her pregnant belly prominent beneath her paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles rimmed her eyes. She hadn't slept in days. The detective noted the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the message and the handprints. The previous owners moved away suddenly, the woman explained. The neighbors said they left in the middle of the night. No moving truck, just packed essentials in their car. The detective walked through the historic home, footsteps creaking against aged floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she examined the partially painted wall. The message was still visible where the new paint had been hastily abandoned. Next to it, 5 small handprints pressed into the wet paint, positioned at adult shoulder height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein pulled records on the property. The house had changed hands 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover. Each family had stayed less than 2 years. More disturbing were the child welfare reports filed for 3 of those families. Children reporting whispers from the walls and someone watching them sleep. The detective dug deeper, requesting construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Alina Blackwood, a wealthy widow with no children of her own who had operated a small orphanage from the property during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 children who had disappeared from her care. Authorities at the time suspected they had run away, common for orphans of that period. When Alina died, workers renovating the house discovered a sealed room behind the nursery wall. Inside they found children's possessions, small shoes, toys, and clothing, but no remains. The case went cold, filed away in dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, piecing together a disturbing pattern. Each family with children reported unusual occurrences, toys rearranged during the night, childish laughter echoing through empty hallways, and crayon drawings appearing on walls. Most dismissed these events as imagination until the writing appeared. The message varied slightly between accounts. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. Always the same handwriting, always revealed when repainting the nursery. A forensic linguist analyzed photographs of the writing and determined it matched samples from Alina Blackwood's journals. More disturbing were the handprints, identical in size and placement across decades, despite different children living in the home. The investigation took a darker turn when the detective convinced the current owners to allow ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician pointed to anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each approximately child-sized. Workers broke through the concrete, revealing a gruesome confirmation. 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children had died during Aliner's ownership of the house. Each child still wore a small pendant with their name engraved, the 5 orphans who had supposedly run away. The detective ordered luminol sprayed throughout the nursery. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Hundreds of them at varying heights, as if the children had been trying to climb out. Aliner's journals, recovered from county archives, revealed her twisted logic. She believed orphaned children possessed special spiritual energy. By sealing them in the hidden room, she thought she could harness their life force to extend her own years. The children had scratched their warnings into the wall with fingernails and bits of metal, hoping future residents would discover their fate. The case closed with the proper burial of the 5 victims. Their names were finally recorded not as runaways but as murder victims. The house stood empty afterward, the pregnant couple refusing to return even to collect their belongings. Detective Klein filed her final report, including photographs of the handprints illuminated by luminol and the message under the paint. She noted that while justice had been served for the original victims, something unexplainable remained in that house, something that continued to reach out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were demolished during remediation, but workers reported hearing children's voices whispering from within the debris. Each refused to return after their shift ended. The house was eventually condemned, another cold case file in a dusty cabinet, physical evidence of closure, but spiritual questions that would never be answered. The detective kept one photograph from the case, 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a haunting reminder that some crimes leave impressions that no amount of fresh paint can cover. Story 12. The envelope was old, its edges yellowed, but the stamp was fresh, mailed just days ago. The detective opened it carefully. Inside was a single sheet of paper, its message typed in a hurried, uneven font. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper felt damp. The smell of iron clung to it. Only then did they notice the reddish smear along the bottom edge. It wasn't ink. Detective Sarah Morgan placed the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers handling it with practiced precision. The forensics team had already confirmed what she suspected. The reddish stain was human blood, and it matched DNA collected from an unsolved homicide case that had haunted the department for years. The victim had been a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, found in her apartment with multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered across the floor, suggesting the attack might have been connected to a story she was working on. The case had gone cold despite hundreds of interviews and countless hours of investigation. Now this letter had arrived at the police department, addressed simply to Homicide Division. The paper and envelope revealed few fingerprints, only smudges, suggesting the sender had worn gloves. The postmark offered their first real light in months. Morgan assembled her team in the briefing room. The walls were covered with crime scene photos, timelines, and suspect profiles that had led nowhere. She pinned the image of the letter at the center of the board. "This changes everything," she told the room. "Our killer feels remorse." Detective James Chen, who had been partnered with Morgan since the beginning of the case, studied the letter. "Or wants us to think they do," he countered. "The blood could be theatrical, a way to taunt us." The forensics team traced the typewriter's unique impression patterns to a model that hadn't been manufactured in decades. Rare, but not impossible to find. They began contacting antique shops and collectors throughout the region. As the investigation gained momentum, they revisited Rebecca's life. Her editor described her as tenacious, dedicated to exposing corruption. Her latest assignment had involved investigating a wealthy family with connections to local politics. The family patriarch had died recently, leaving behind a contentious will and siblings accusing each other of manipulation. The detectives interviewed Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes. During their first conversation months ago, he had appeared devastated, providing a solid alibi. Now, with the letter in evidence, they noticed subtle changes in his demeanor, nervous glances, a slight tremble in his hands. Rebecca mentioned someone was following her, he admitted during this new interview. "I thought she was being paranoid because of her investigation. I should have listened." While the detectives pursued this angle, a second letter arrived. The same typewriter, the same blood. This time the message was longer. She knew too much about the family, about the inheritance, about what happened to the old man. I never meant for it to go that far. The investigation led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they interviewed the eldest son, Richard. His collection of antiques included several vintage typewriters. When asked about them, his explanation seemed rehearsed, too polished. The breakthrough came when the forensics team discovered microscopic fibers on the envelopes that matched custom stationery used exclusively by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Upon questioning, she revealed that Richard had asked to borrow her stationery a month earlier. A search warrant for Richard's home revealed a hidden room containing newspaper clippings about Rebecca, surveillance photos, and a vintage typewriter matching the one used for the letters. The blood analysis confirmed it belonged to Rebecca. What the detectives hadn't anticipated was the connection between Richard and Michael. Bank records showed substantial payments from Richard to Michael in the weeks before Rebecca's murder. When confronted, Michael broke down. "She told me she found evidence that Richard had poisoned his father to speed up his inheritance," Michael confessed. "I told Richard what she knew. It was just supposed to scare her into dropping the story. I never thought he would kill her." The final piece fell into place when Eleanor came forward with a recording. She had secretly captured a conversation between Richard and Michael discussing how to deal with Rebecca. Richard's voice was clear. "She needs to be silenced permanently." Richard was arrested while attempting to flee. The prosecution built their case around the letters, the typewriter, the financial transactions, and Eleanor's recording. Michael took a plea deal in exchange for his testimony. During the trial, Richard maintained his innocence, claiming Michael had acted alone and was framing him. But the evidence was overwhelming. The jury deliberated for less than a day before returning a guilty verdict. As Richard was led away in handcuffs, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's parents in the courtroom. No words could bring back their daughter, but the conviction brought a measure of closure. The blood-stained letters remained in evidence storage, a reminder that even the most carefully planned crimes leave traces, and that remorse, whether genuine or tactical, can be the undoing of those who believe they've committed the perfect murder. The case of Rebecca Warren became a landmark example in detective training, teaching new investigators that sometimes the breakthrough doesn't come from high-tech forensics, but from something as simple as an old typewriter and the weight of guilt pressing down on a killer's conscience. Story 13. She never liked going up there, but when the storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice. The attic was filled with forgotten things draped in dust and cobwebs. In the farthest corner sat an old dollhouse, eerily detailed, its tiny furniture meticulously placed. But as she peered inside, her stomach twisted. The figures inside weren't dolls. They were tiny, hand-carved replicas of her family, each figure positioned exactly where they had been sitting downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to be her was standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan ran her finger across the dollhouse roof, feeling the indentation where the small wooden figure stood. The discovery sent a chill through her body that had nothing to do with the cold draft whistling through the rafters. The dollhouse shouldn't have been there at all. This wasn't her childhood home, but a rental property the family had moved into just weeks earlier. The case began with Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement. Officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in distress, huddled in their living room, refusing to return upstairs. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially dismissed their concerns as an elaborate prank or perhaps the overactive imagination of a family adjusting to an unfamiliar house. The detail is what struck me, Detective Harmon would later recall during interviews. Each miniature figurine captured something distinct about each family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The investigation shifted when forensic teams discovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that matched none of the family members. More disturbing still were microscopic cameras found embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all connected to a sophisticated recording system hidden beneath the dollhouse itself. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements over preceding days revealed an unsettling pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse didn't just match where the family had been sitting that evening, they matched exact positions from different days, suggesting someone had been watching them long enough to learn their habits. We realized we weren't dealing with a simple case of stalking, explained Detective Harmon. The perpetrator demonstrated a level of obsession rarely documented in criminal psychology literature. The investigation uncovered a hidden basement entrance concealed behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators found a makeshift living space with evidence someone had been residing there since before the Morgans moved in. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag suggested the intruder had been living underneath the family for weeks. What puzzled investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records revealed the house had been vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans moved in. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within months of each other. Their son had handled the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interviews with neighbors yielded little information. Most hadn't noticed anything unusual, though one elderly woman mentioned occasionally seeing lights in the house during its vacancy period. I assumed it was the real estate people showing the property, she told investigators. Never occurred to me someone might be living there without permission. The breakthrough came through digital forensics. Examining the surveillance system connected to the miniature cameras, analysts discovered the data was being transmitted to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, they found walls covered with photographs of the Morgan family and previous occupants of the house. Journal entries detailed the daily routines of each family member with disturbing precision. The most chilling discovery was a workshop containing dozens of partially completed dollhouses, each representing different homes in the area. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. His financial records showed mounting debt after his parents' deaths. Rather than selling the house outright, he'd created the hidden living space, continuing to live there while collecting rental income from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his control center, explained the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figure represented someone he watched. The figure of Rebecca by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance system. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily calm as he described his motivation. They were living in my house, sleeping in my parents' bedroom. I needed to make sure they were treating it with respect. When asked about the positioned figures, he simply stated, "I wanted them to know I was always watching." The psychological evaluation revealed a complex case of possessive delusion. Wells couldn't emotionally process losing his childhood home and created an elaborate system to maintain control over it. The dollhouse had become his way of possessing both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never returned to the house. Rebecca later recalled the moment that haunted her most wasn't finding the dollhouse, but realizing what it meant. Someone had been watching us all along, measuring our lives, turning us into playthings. The real horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was knowing that in his mind, we were just dolls to be positioned and observed. Wells was charged with multiple counts of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case prompted a review of real estate disclosure laws regarding deaths on properties and the responsibility of agents to ensure homes are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge noted the extraordinary violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't just invade their home, you invaded their sense of safety and autonomy. You observed their most private moments and recreated them for your entertainment. What makes the case particularly disturbing to criminologists is how long Wells might have continued undetected had Rebecca not discovered the dollhouse. Forensic analysis of his journals suggested he had been living secretly within homes for nearly 2 years, moving from one property to another, creating dollhouses of each family under observation. The Morgan family eventually found a new home far away, but Rebecca admitted in victim impact statements that she still checks closets and crawl spaces routinely. She removed all dollhouses and miniatures from their new residence. "Some days I still feel like I'm being watched," she said. "I wonder if somewhere, someone is still moving a tiny version of me around in a dollhouse I haven't discovered yet." Story 14. The house had been vacant for years. The neighbors said no one had lived there since the young woman went missing. Yet when the new tenants moved in, they found the bedroom locked from the inside. After prying it open, the air was stale, heavy with dust, but something wasn't right. The bed was made, the mirror wiped clean. On the desk, a single candle had melted down to nothing, its wax pooling like frozen tears. And then they saw it, the notebook, open to a page with fresh ink. The last entry was dated the night she disappeared. Detective Morgan read through the notebook's pages while forensic technicians dusted the room for prints. The writing belonged to Elise Winters, aged 26, reported missing by her parents almost 5 years prior. Her handwriting flowed across the pages in neat, precise strokes until the final entry, where the pen had pressed harder, leaving indentations on subsequent blank pages. "I know he's watching me tonight," the final entry read. "The same car has passed by 3 times. I've called for help, but no one believes me. If something happens, know that it wasn't random." The detective closed the book, slipping it into an evidence bag. The smell of dust and something else, a faint chemical odor, lingered in the room. The landlord stood in the doorway, arms crossed, face pale. "I swear we checked every room before listing it for rent," he muttered. "That door wasn't locked." Elise had been working as a paralegal for Harriman and Associates, a prestigious law firm handling several high-profile corporate cases. Colleagues described her as meticulous, dedicated, and increasingly withdrawn in the weeks before her disappearance. She started staying late, her supervisor told investigators during a recorded interview. Said she discovered something in the Westridge acquisition files that didn't add up, numbers that were changed, documents that were backdated. The detective studied photographs of Elise' auburn hair, serious eyes behind rectangular glasses, always professionally dressed. The woman in the photos seemed too calculated to simply disappear, too organized to leave without a trace. The bedroom yielded few clues, no signs of struggle, no blood, just a perfectly preserved moment in time, as if Elise had stepped out for coffee and intended to return. The candle on the desk was black wax, unscented. Beneath it, heat had warped the wood surface. "What did you find?" Morgan asked the forensic lead. "Multiple fingerprint sets, most degraded with age. The interesting part is what's missing. The doorknob was wiped clean inside and out, same with the window latches." The investigators removed the baseboards, checked behind outlets, and searched for hidden compartments. When they pulled up a loose floorboard near the closet, they found it a small waterproof case containing a flash drive and a key. The key opened a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Inside was a second flash drive and several folders of documents. The papers detailed financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts linked to several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital forensics recovered the contents of both drives. They contained audio recordings and spreadsheets documenting manipulated drug trial data for Westridge's flagship medication, Neurapax. The recordings featured Elise's voice and that of a man identified as Vincent Harriman, senior partner. "These numbers can't go public," Harriman said in one recording. "The side effects were present in almost 40% of patients, not 4% as we reported. If this gets out, the firm is finished, and Westridge stock becomes worthless overnight." "People are dying," Elise responded. "The seizures are happening exactly as the original data predicted." "This conversation never happened," Harriman replied. "Remember, what we discuss happens inside these walls stays here, for everyone's protection." Detective Morgan connected with pharmaceutical regulators, who confirmed that Neurapax had been quietly pulled from the market after a cluster of patient deaths matched the side effects documented in Elise's hidden files. Investigators subpoenaed Harriman's personal and corporate records. They found nothing directly linking him to Elise's disappearance until they discovered charges for an industrial cleaning service at his vacation property the day after she vanished. When police searched the property, they found microscopic blood traces matching Elise's DNA profile despite the thorough cleaning. The evidence was circumstantial but damning. The mystery of the locked room remained unsolved until Morgan reviewed security footage from neighboring properties. A figure matching Harriman's build approached the house during heavy rain on the night Elise disappeared. The footage showed him entering, but never leaving through any visible exit. The detective returned to the bedroom with a structural engineer. Together they discovered a hidden passage in the back of the bedroom closet, connecting to maintenance tunnels that ran beneath several blocks of older homes in the neighborhood. The passage had been sealed with new drywall and painted to match the original wall. Vincent Harriman was arrested during a board meeting. When confronted with the evidence, he maintained his innocence, claiming Elise had been planning to leave the country with the documents. She was unstable, paranoid, he told investigators. She manufactured evidence to damage the firm after we passed her over for promotion. The jury disagreed. Footage recovered from Elise's own hidden camera, tucked inside a bookend on her shelf, showed Harriman entering her room that night. The recording ended abruptly with him approaching her desk where she sat writing. Prosecutors theorized that after killing Elise, Harriman locked the door from inside using a simple trick with string and a hook, escaping through the hidden passage. He had returned years later, before the new tenants arrived, to ensure nothing remained to implicate him. In doing so, he inadvertently preserved the scene exactly as investigators needed to find it. Harriman was convicted of first-degree murder despite no body ever being recovered. The pharmaceutical executives implicated in the fraud faced separate charges. The families of patients who died from Neuropack side effects filed a class action lawsuit that exposed systemic corruption. At the sentencing hearing, Elise's mother addressed the court. "My daughter's room remained untouched, preserving the truth she gave her life to reveal. She never left that room, not really. Her pursuit of justice remained locked inside, waiting for someone to find it." The new tenants never moved in. The house stands empty once more, its secrets exposed but not forgotten. Locals avoid walking past it after dark. Some claim to see a light in the upstairs window, the bedroom where a young woman made her final stand against powerful men who thought their crimes would stay hidden forever. Justice came for Elise Winters, not in life, but in the evidence she left behind. The room she never truly left became both her tomb and her testimony. Story 15. The old box was buried under decades of junk in the attic, a forgotten relic of the house's previous owners. Inside were faded Polaroids, mostly of birthdays and family gatherings, normal, innocent, until she reached the last photo. It was taken in her living room, the same couch, the same curtains, but the family sitting there wasn't hers, and behind them, barely visible in the dim light, was a man standing in the hallway watching. Rebecca felt a chill creep up her spine as she studied the photograph. Her fingers trembled slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to vibrate. The family in the image, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick glasses, and two children, smiled at the camera, unaware of the figure lurking in the shadows behind them. Their expressions frozen in a moment of happiness while danger stood just feet away. She carried the photo downstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath her weight. The house had always felt too big, too empty since she'd moved in 4 months ago, but now it felt suffocating. Rebecca placed the photograph on her kitchen counter and stared at it under the harsh fluorescent light. The similarity was undeniable: the archway leading to the hallway, the distinctive crown molding, the bay window that let in the morning sun. This was her house, but these people were strangers. The detective arrived wearing a weathered leather jacket that had seen its fair share of crime scenes. Detective Morgan had deep-set eyes that missed nothing, scanning the photograph with methodical precision. He ran a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, flipping it over to examine the blank back. "The family that sold you this house, the Nelsons, how much do you know about them?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "Almost nothing," Rebecca admitted. "The sale went through a realtor. They had already moved out of state." Morgan nodded, his expression giving nothing away. "Mind if I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." The investigation began quietly. Rebecca learned the Nelsons had purchased the house from a family named Crawford. The Crawfords had lived there for 7 years before moving suddenly. Before them, the Mornos had owned the property for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan worked backwards through property records, interviewing former neighbors and building a timeline of occupants. The break came unexpectedly. A former mail carrier recognized the family in the photo. "That's the Sutherlands," he said with certainty. "They lived in that house for only about a year, then they just disappeared. Mail piled up for weeks before being returned. Everyone assumed they moved without telling anyone." The Sutherland family had vanished without a trace. 4 people gone, no change of address, no records of enrollment in new schools for the children. Their cars were never found, bank accounts untouched, as if they had simply ceased to exist. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to approximately 15 years earlier. The technician pointed to small details in the image, the distinctive pattern of dust particles in the air, the unnatural stillness of the subjects. "This was taken with a timer," she explained. "See how they're all positioned perfectly? Someone set up the camera and then had to rush into position." But if the Sutherlands had set up the camera themselves, who was the figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging revealed more details about the shadowy presence. Tall, male, wearing what appeared to be dark clothing. His face remained obscured, but his posture suggested he was watching intently. He stood perfectly still, as if he belonged there, as if he had every right to be in that house. Detective Morgan discovered a pattern. Before the Sutherlands, another family had lived in the house for exactly 1 year before disappearing, and before them, another. 5 families over a span of 5 years, all vanishing without explanation, always after exactly 1 year of residency. Rebecca had been in the house for 4 months. The investigation uncovered building records from decades earlier. The house had been built by a renowned architect with a sterling reputation, but the project manager had disappeared near completion. His replacement, a man named Samuel Whitfield, had finished the job. Police archives contained a single photograph of Whitfield, a tall, slender man with hollow cheeks and penetrating eyes. When digitally aged and compared to the figure in the Polaroid, the match was undeniable. But Samuel Whitfield had reportedly died in a construction accident shortly after the house was completed. His body was never recovered from the collapsed foundation of another building site. The basement became the focus of the investigation. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete floor, inconsistencies in density that shouldn't have been there. When the jackhammers broke through the surface, the smell hit them first. Beneath layers of concrete and soil, they found them. Not just the Sutherlands, all of them. Every missing family, perfectly preserved in the cool, dry earth. Among their possessions was a camera, the same camera that had taken the Polaroid found in the attic, and dozens more photographs, each showing a different family, smiling, unaware of the figure watching from the shadows. The house was sealed off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never return. As investigators cataloged evidence, they discovered a crawl space in the attic, hidden behind a false wall. Inside was a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal filled with meticulous observations of the families who had lived there. The final entry was dated just 3 days earlier. "The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline." Rebecca moved to a hotel under police protection. Her phone rang during the night, waking her from a fitful sleep. When she answered, there was only the sound of breathing, then a click, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera ejecting a photo. The investigation continues to this day. The house stands empty, its windows dark, its secrets not fully revealed. No one has been able to locate Samuel Whitfield, if that was ever his real name. Some investigators believe he died decades ago, while others insist he simply moved on to a new location, a new identity, a new house. And somewhere in a darkened room, photographs are developing new families, new homes, new watchers in the shadows. The only certainty is that those who seek the truth about the man in the photograph are now being watched themselves. Story 16. The apartment had been empty for months. The new tenants weren't expecting much when they moved in, just dust, maybe some forgotten furniture. But one door wouldn't budge. It was a closet locked from the inside. When the landlord finally forced it open, they expected old coats or junk. Instead, they found something chilling. The walls were covered in scratches, deep, uneven lines carved desperately into the wood. And in the corner, an old flip phone, its battery long dead, except for the single unread message still glowing on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw had seen many disturbing scenes throughout her career. This one, however, made the hairs on her neck stand up, not because of any blood or obvious signs of violence, but because of what those scratch marks implied. Someone had been trapped inside that small space, fighting, desperate. "We need forensics here now," she said to her partner, Officer Reed, who was already photographing the scratches, "and get me the previous tenant records." The message on the phone simply read, "I know what you did." The landlord, a nervous man with perpetually damp palms, claimed the previous tenant had moved out without notice, leaving behind rent. A young woman, quiet type, kept to herself, left maybe 6 months ago. His eyes darted around, avoiding the closet, never caused trouble. Forensics revealed multiple blood samples embedded in the wall scratches. Most matched a single person, presumably the previous tenant, Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported missing by her workplace when she stopped showing up. But 2 other DNA samples were found. One remained unidentified in the system. The other belonged to someone who had supposedly been dead for 2 years. "This can't be right," Shaw muttered, staring at the lab report. Derek Mercer, convicted of assault 5 years ago, had reportedly died in a car accident. His dental records had confirmed the identification, yet his DNA was fresh on the closet walls. Emma's apartment told a story of interrupted life. Mail piled up, unwashed coffee mug in the sink, bed neatly made. Her phone records showed a pattern. Calls with her sister twice weekly until they suddenly stopped, and dozens of calls from an unknown number in the weeks before her disappearance. The sister says Emma mentioned a new boyfriend, Officer Reed reported. Never gave a name, just said he was intense and private. Surveillance footage from a convenience store near the apartment complex showed Emma entering her building one night, followed minutes later by a man in a baseball cap, face carefully angled away from cameras. The break came when forensics found partial fingerprints on the inside doorknob of the closet, prints belonging to Derek Mercer. "He faked his death," Shaw concluded. "Question is why, and what's his connection to Emma?" The unidentified DNA sample led them to another missing persons case. Lynette Porter, who disappeared 3 years prior. Her case had gone cold, but her description matched a woman neighbors had seen visiting Emma's apartment several times. Shaw pieced it together while reviewing traffic camera footage. A car registered to Derek Mercer's mother was spotted near Emma's apartment building multiple times. The driver matched Derek's height and build. The investigation led to a remote property owned by Mercer's family. Behind heavy basement doors, they found Lynette Porter alive but severely malnourished, kept in conditions mirroring the closet where Emma had been trapped. "He made me watch," she whispered, eyes vacant. "Said I needed to learn what happens to girls who try to leave." Evidence mounted, journals detailing Mercer's obsession with control, photographs of women who matched Emma and Lynette's appearance, and most damning video recordings of Mercer forcing Emma into the closet. "She thought she could tell people about me," his voice said on the recording. "About us, nobody reveals my secrets." The manhunt for Derek Mercer stretched across jurisdictions. While authorities searched, forensic psychologists constructed a profile that chilled investigators. Mercer didn't just want to kill, he wanted to create suffering, to watch hope drain away in confined spaces. When they finally captured him at a bus terminal, Mercer was carrying a new identity and ticket to a coastal destination. In his backpack, a roll of duct tape, a hunting knife, and a newspaper clipping about Emma's disappearance. During interrogation, Mercer maintained a calm, almost pleasant demeanor. "She sent that text message herself," he said about the phone. "She wanted someone to find her, but she didn't deserve rescue." The trial revealed the elaborate scheme Mercer had created to fake his death, using dental records from a homeless man who matched his physical description. For 2 years, he had lived under the radar, targeting women who resembled his first victim. Emma's body was never found. Forensic evidence suggested she had eventually died in that closet, scratching desperately at walls that would never yield. The message on the phone had been her last attempt to implicate her killer. She had texted it to herself from Mercer's phone while he slept, knowing her battery would preserve it when the phone eventually shut down. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning a guilty verdict on all counts. As the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole, Mercer smiled slightly, as if the outcome satisfied some private logic only he understood. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter addressed the court. "He locked us in small spaces because that's where his mind lives, trapped in darkness. But while he rots in his cell, I'll be standing in the sun." The case transformed department protocol for missing persons investigations, particularly focusing on relationship patterns and rental property searches. Detective Shaw kept the closet door from Emma's apartment mounted on her office wall, a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying crime scenes aren't covered in blood, but in the desperate marks of someone fighting to survive. Story 17. The realtor's listing mentioned no basement. The blueprints showed no record of it. And yet when the family pulled up the old carpet, they found a door hidden underneath. A heavy, rusted handle. It took 3 of them to pry it open. Stale air rushed up to greet them, thick with the scent of damp earth. Steps led downward into darkness. They expected storage. Instead, they found a chair, a single light bulb swaying above it, and on the wall behind, a row of photographs of them. Pictures taken from inside their own home. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during winter, when darkness fell early and the neighborhood trees stood bare against the cold sky. The two-story structure with its faded siding and creaking floors had character, they'd told themselves, character and history. What they hadn't anticipated was exactly how much history the house contained, or how violently it would intersect with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene unit already securing the perimeter with yellow tape that fluttered in the wind. The call had come in from Mrs. Mercer, her voice trembling as she described what they'd found beneath their living room floor. "We need to document everything before anyone else goes down there," Connors instructed, pulling latex gloves over her hands with practiced precision. The camera flashes illuminated the stairwell in bursts as the forensic team captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned under their weight. The basement itself was small, roughly the size of a standard bedroom, with concrete walls painted a flat gray. The single chair sat bolted to the floor in the center of the space. Above it, the bare bulb cast harsh shadows across the room, spinning slowly from an invisible draft. But it was the wall of photographs that commanded attention, 37 images in total, meticulously arranged in chronological order. "These date back nearly 4 weeks," Connor's partner noted, examining the timestamps written on the backs of the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the kids in their bedrooms." The investigation revealed no signs of forced entry, no broken windows or picked locks. The security system had never triggered. Nothing had been stolen. Only privacy had been taken, along with any sense of safety the family might have felt. Forensics found multiple fingerprints throughout the basement space, most belonging to previous owners of the property. Records showed the house had changed hands 6 times in the past decade, each family staying less than a year before selling at increasingly lower prices. None had mentioned discovering a basement. "We need to talk to every previous owner," Connors directed, flipping through her notepad. The case grew more disturbing as they traced the history backward. The property records showed inconsistencies, blueprints altered between sales, permits filed then withdrawn, inspection reports with entire sections redacted. The breakthrough came when they interviewed the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior. His face drained of color when shown photos of the basement. "That room doesn't exist," he insisted, his hands trembling. "I gutted that place down to the foundation. There was no basement, no door, nothing under the living room except dirt and concrete." Digital forensics extracted data from the memory card found hidden inside the light fixture. Hundreds more images populated their evidence boards, not just of the Mercers, but of previous families. Children sleeping, parents arguing, intimate moments, mundane routines, all captured by someone who should not have been there. The case took an even darker turn when audio files were recovered from a weatherproof box buried in the corner of the basement. Voice recordings of conversations held in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room. The sound quality suggested sophisticated microphones hidden throughout the house, though none had been found during the initial search. "We need to tear out every wall," Connors ordered, her voice tight with urgency. "Check inside the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. Whoever did this has been watching these families for years." Behind the wall of photographs, investigators discovered a narrow passage leading to a small monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop connected to a series of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages filled with meticulous observations about each family that had lived in the house. Their habits, their schedules, their arguments, their vulnerabilities. The handwriting matched samples from the property's original builder, a man named Edward Kelvin. Records indicated he had died during construction of the house, a detail that became increasingly suspect as the investigation progressed. No death certificate had ever been filed, no funeral arrangements made. Edward Kelvin had simply vanished from public records. The final entries in the journal became increasingly erratic. Phrases like "they never looked down" and "they never see me" appeared repeatedly. The last page contained a single sentence: "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis confirmed what detectives had begun to suspect. Edward Kelvin had never left the house he built. He had simply retreated into its hidden spaces, creating a labyrinth of observation points from which he could watch the families who believed they lived alone. The manhunt lasted 3 days. They found him curled inside a crawlspace between the second-floor bedrooms, his body thin and wiry, adapted to moving through the narrow passages he had built within the walls. His eyes blinked against the flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct light. During questioning, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were characters in his private theater. He described watching them with the clinical detachment of a scientist observing specimens. He had never touched them, never stolen from them, never directly interfered with their lives. He had only watched, recorded, documented. "They invited me in," he told investigators, his voice soft and reasonable. "They signed the papers, they became mine." The psychological evaluation determined Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, believing himself to be a guardian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were merely temporary guests in what he considered his permanent home. The Mercer family never returned to the property. Like those before them, they abandoned their belongings, taking only what they could carry in suitcases. The house remained empty as the case moved through the criminal justice system. The trial revealed the true extent of Kelvin's surveillance network: hidden rooms accessible only through crawlspaces, observation points built into the structure itself, all meticulously planned before the first brick was laid. The house had been designed from the beginning as a viewing apparatus, its residents unknowing participants in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. When the jury delivered their verdict, Kelvin showed no reaction. He had already retreated into the architecture of his mind, where he could still move unseen through the passages of the house that existed now only in memory. The property was eventually demolished, the ground beneath it excavated and filled. But for the families who had lived there, the violation continued. They remained haunted not by what had been taken from them, but by what they had never known was their watching, listening, recording their most private moments from within walls they had trusted to keep them safe. Sometimes in quiet moments they found themselves glancing up at air vents, light fixtures, the corners where walls met ceilings, wondering if they were truly alone now, wondering if they ever had been. Story 18. The apartment was old, the heating system groaned, the pipes rattled. It was nothing unusual. At least that's what she told herself until she heard it. A voice, faint but distinct, carried through the vents. It wasn't the usual murmurs of a neighbor on the phone. It was whispering, calling her name. She pressed her ear against the grate, heart pounding. A breath of cold air rushed past her cheek, and then softly, almost playfully, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood motionless in the center of the vacant apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been pried from the wall. The forensics team worked methodically around her, cameras flashing as they documented the scene. The victim, Alina Reeves, had been missing for 7 days before the building manager noticed the smell. What they found inside the ventilation system defied explanation. She reported hearing voices through the vents, said Officer Patel, reading from his notepad. Building management dismissed her concerns, said the old heating system made strange noises. Shaw knelt beside the vent, noting the scratch marks around its edges. These weren't made by tools, she murmured. The gouges in the metal were deep, frantic fingernails desperately trying to remove the cover from the inside. The victim had been popular, well-liked, a kindergarten teacher with a warm smile and a collection of houseplants that still thrived on her windowsill. Her students had made her cards when she didn't show up for work. Her sister had filed the missing persons report. She became paranoid in the weeks before her disappearance, the sister had explained during her interview. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. I thought it was stress from work. Shaw studied the apartment with new eyes, the perfectly made bed, the unwashed coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned directly beneath the vent, as if someone had been sitting there listening. The forensics report revealed unexpected details. Fibers caught in the vent grating matched those from the victim's favorite cardigan. A partial fingerprint, not Alina's, was found on the inside of the vent cover. Most disturbing were the audio recordings recovered from Alina's phone. Shaw listened to them alone in her car, the rain drumming against the roof. Alina's voice came first, hesitant and frightened. If you're real, say something. Silence stretched for 20 seconds before a response came, a whisper so faint Shaw had to turn the volume to maximum. Alina, sweet Alina, let me in. The background check on the building yielded unsettling history. 7 tenants had vacated the apartment in the past decade, each breaking their lease early. 2 had filed complaints about noises in the walls. 1 had been treated for carbon monoxide poisoning, claiming hallucinations of voices calling from the vents. The building superintendent, a man named Harold Weber, had worked there for 15 years. His personnel file showed no red flags, though Shaw noted he possessed keys to every apartment. During questioning, he maintained an unnerving calmness. The building makes noises, he said with a shrug. People get spooked, nothing supernatural about old pipes and settling foundations. But when Shaw asked about the previous tenants of apartment 4B, his demeanor shifted subtly. A tightening around the eyes, a slight tension in his shoulders. I don't keep track of everyone who comes and goes, he replied, eyes fixed on a point beyond her shoulder. The investigation took an unexpected turn when forensics discovered a hidden access panel in Alina's bathroom, concealed behind a loose tile. It connected to a narrow maintenance passage that ran between the walls, providing access to the ventilation system throughout the building. Inside this passage, they found a collection of items, a flashlight, a water bottle, food wrappers. Someone had been living within the walls, watching, listening, whispering. Shaw ordered a search of Weber's apartment. It was immaculate, almost sterile in its tidiness. Nothing out of place, nothing personal, until they checked his computer. The files were organized by apartment numbers. Inside folder 4B were hundreds of audio recordings, conversations, phone calls, the sound of Alina singing in the shower, pictures taken through vents and tiny holes drilled in walls. A digital journal documented his relationship with her. She hears me now, one entry read. She listens for me, waits for me. Soon I will invite her into the walls with me. The most damning evidence came from a small storage unit rented under Weber's name. Inside, they discovered artifacts from previous tenants, jewelry, photographs, clothing preserved like trophies, a shrine to his connections with the people he watched. Weber was arrested trying to board a bus in the dead of night. He offered no resistance, only smiled serenely as the handcuffs closed around his wrists. "They all hear me eventually," he told Shaw during interrogation. "The building speaks to them through me." The coroner determined Alina had been alive when she entered the ventilation system, likely coaxed in through the hidden passage. Sedative traces in her system suggested she was drugged. She had become disoriented in the maze of metal ducts, her oxygen depleting as she crawled deeper into the building's lungs, following the whispers that promised safety ahead. The families of former tenants came forward after the arrest. Some reported missing items. Others described loved ones who had become anxious, paranoid, convinced they were being watched. A pattern emerged spanning years, a predator hiding within the walls, selecting his victims, studying them, speaking to them through the vents until the whispers became their reality. At trial, Weber maintained an eerie composure. His attorney pursued an insanity defense, presenting psychological evaluations describing delusions of symbiosis with the building. The prosecution countered with evidence of meticulous planning, the modified vents, the carefully maintained passages, the detailed records of his victims' habits. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning their verdict, guilty on all counts. As Weber was led from the courtroom, he turned to Shaw with a smile that never reached his eyes. "They'll still hear me," he said. "The building remembers, the whispers never stop." The apartment building stands vacant now. Despite renovations, new owners, fresh paint, no one stays long. Residents report strange sounds from the vents, whispers in the walls, cold drafts that carry voices. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle, it's nothing unusual. At least that's what they tell themselves. Story 19. The costume shop was closing down, selling off old inventory. A woman picked up a mask from a dusty shelf, its features delicate but unsettlingly lifelike. The cashier hesitated when she placed it on the counter. "That's not ours," he muttered. Confused, she checked the tag. There wasn't one. Shrugging, she took it home. That night she woke up to a soft sound, a whisper of fabric shifting. The mask was no longer on the dresser where she had left it. It was sitting on her nightstand, facing her. The woman, Catherine Reed, was found by her neighbor. The front door stood ajar, morning light spilling across the threshold into the otherwise dark home. The neighbor had come to return a borrowed book, but instead discovered a scene that would haunt investigators for years. Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived as forensics photographed the scene. The shutters clicked rhythmically against the backdrop of hushed voices. No signs of forced entry, an officer noted, writing in his notepad. The detective nodded, gaze traveling across the room, taking in details others might miss. A single drawer partially open, a water glass on the nightstand, lipstick on the rim. Everything seemed ordinary except for the woman who would never wake again. The medical examiner bent over the body, face grave. Cause of death unclear at first inspection. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle. He pointed to her face. Noticed the expression terror frozen in her features. The detective crouched for a closer look. "Something scared her to death," she whispered. Catherine had lived a quiet life as an art appraiser. Colleagues described her as meticulous, passionate about authenticity. She could spot a forgery from across the room, her boss said during questioning. She had an eye for details that weren't right. The detective wondered if that talent had somehow led to her demise. Security footage from the costume shop revealed something odd. The cashier seemed genuinely confused by the mask. He called the owner over, who shook his head firmly. The audio was poor, but lip-reading experts later confirmed his words. We never carried anything like this. The detective visited the shop, now emptied of merchandise. The owner wrung his hands nervously. That mask appeared during our clearance sale. Nobody knows where it came from. It wasn't in our inventory. When pressed further, he admitted, things like this happened occasionally after we acquired items from the estate sale of a collector who died under strange circumstances. A breakthrough came when forensics discovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She was clutching at something, the lab technician explained. These fibers are unusual, not modern synthetic material. They appear to be a mix of human hair and an unidentified organic substance we can't match to any database. The investigation led to records of similar deaths spanning back decades. Each victim had acquired an unusual mask shortly before their death. Each was found with an expression of pure terror. Each case remained unsolved. A retired detective who had worked on one such case agreed to meet. They sat in a dimly lit room, his hands trembling slightly as he pushed a yellowed file across the table. We found something written inside each mask, behind the interior lining, he said. Ancient symbols. A scholar we consulted believed they were tied to a ritual involving soul transference. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A journal was discovered hidden in Catherine's apartment behind a loose baseboard. Her final entry described feeling watched, sensing a presence in her home. She wrote about researching the mask's origins after the cashier's strange reaction. Her investigation had led her to connect it with a series of mysterious deaths. The mask moves, she had written in increasingly frantic handwriting. It watches me when I sleep. I found markings inside its symbols matching those from unsolved cases. The collector who owned these masks died the same way. Each mask claims a life before moving on. The entity needs a new host when the mask finds its way to someone who recognizes what it truly is. The detective assembled the evidence, the strange fibers, Catherine's research, the pattern of similar deaths. The medical examiner finally determined the cause of death, cardiac arrest brought on by extreme fear. What could terrify someone so thoroughly their heart simply stopped? The case took an even more disturbing turn when surveillance footage from a neighboring house captured something the investigators had missed. A figure leaving Catherine's home in the dark, wearing what appeared to be a mask, moving with Catherine's distinctive gait, but somehow wrong, mechanical, as if someone were wearing her movements like an ill-fitting costume. The detective issued an alert for the missing mask, but it never resurfaced, not until 6 months later, when reports came of a peculiar mask appearing in a vintage shop across the country. By the time investigators arrived, it had already been sold. The buyer's name was not recorded. The case remains officially unsolved. The detective keeps Catherine's journal in her desk drawer, a reminder of a truth too strange for official reports. Sometimes at night, she wakes with a start, feeling watched. She checks her windows and doors, secures the locks, and tries not to think about the mask that might one day find its way to someone else who can see what it truly is, a vessel waiting to be filled, moving from victim to victim in an endless cycle that began centuries ago and continues still. The mask is out there waiting to be found again. And when it is, another person will wake to the soft sound of movement in the dark, to find it has crept closer while they slept, empty eye holes fixed upon them, hungry for what lives behind their eyes. Story 20. The old library was set to be demolished. The workers were nearly done when one of them stumbled upon a hidden latch in the bookshelf. With a soft click, the entire case swung open, revealing a narrow passage leading to a hidden room. The air inside was thick, untouched for decades. There was no furniture, just a chair in the center, bolted to the floor. And on the wall, scratched over and over, the same phrase repeated, "I am still here." The construction foreman radioed for the police. What began as a routine demolition quickly transformed into something far more sinister. The responding detective, Morgan Walsh, had seen his share of unusual crime scenes during his 20 years on the force, but nothing quite like this. He stood in the doorway, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the disturbing message that covered the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice echoing in the confined space. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." The history of the building painted an intriguing background. The library had been privately owned by the Harrington family, prominent figures in the community who had donated the building to the public after the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace except her abandoned car found near the woods. The case had gone cold despite extensive searches and interviews. The prevailing theory suggested she had run away to start a new life, though her family never accepted this explanation. They had insisted something more sinister had occurred. As forensic technicians carefully examined the hidden room, they discovered hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. The scratches on the wall contained minute traces of blood and skin cells under the layers of dust. Initial testing indicated the biological material was consistent with a young female. The chair was designed to restrain someone, the forensic analyst noted, pointing to the bolt holes and weathered leather straps still attached to the arms. Whoever was kept here struggled intensely. Walsh assembled a team to dive into the Harrington family history. Something about the timing of the library donation nagged at him. It had been gifted to the community merely weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a peculiar coincidence that now seemed potentially significant. Further investigation revealed another disturbing detail. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor who had worked exclusively for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records showed substantial payments to this contractor, far exceeding standard renovation costs. Former library staff were interviewed, each expressing shock at the discovery. None had known about the hidden space, though one elderly librarian recalled Maxwell spending countless hours alone in that section of the building after hours. She had assumed he was merely an avid reader seeking privacy. Maxwell always insisted that particular section remain untouched during renovations, she told investigators. He claimed the original woodwork was historically significant and irreplaceable. The investigation intensified when forensic results confirmed the DNA from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her old bedroom. The timeline became clearer and more disturbing. Rebecca had not run away. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by someone within her own family. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, they discovered a leather-bound journal hidden in a false bottom drawer. The journal contained detailed entries spanning several months, describing an unhealthy obsession with his niece. The final entry was the most chilling. She threatened to tell everyone, "I cannot allow that. The room will hold her until she understands." Investigators tracked down Maxwell, now living in a coastal retirement community. During questioning, he maintained his composure initially, dismissing the hidden room as an architectural curiosity he knew nothing about. But when presented with the journal and DNA evidence, his fa-idée crumbled. She was going to ruin everything, he finally admitted, his voice flat and emotionless. Rebecca discovered financial documents proving I had been embezzling from the family foundation for years. The family name meant everything. I couldn't let her destroy it. The confession painted a horrific picture. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and imprisoned her in the hidden room. He had planned to keep her there until she agreed to silence, but something went wrong. During one of his visits, Rebecca had attempted to escape. In the struggle that followed, he had killed her. I panicked, Maxwell stated during his recorded confession. I buried her beneath the floorboards of the room and sealed it shut. Then I donated the building to ensure no one would ever renovate that section. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the floor of the hidden room. Excavation revealed Rebecca's skeletal remains, still wearing the silver bracelet her parents had given her for her 20th birthday. The Harrington family attended Maxwell's sentencing, watching in somber silence as justice was finally delivered. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's recovered bracelet, the only piece of her they could bury properly after all these years. The library demolition was halted indefinitely as it became a site for mourning and reflection. Community members left flowers at the entrance, honoring a life cut short and a truth that had waited patiently behind a bookshelf to be discovered. In a sad twist of irony, it was Rebecca who had the final word. Her message, "I am still here," scratched desperately on the walls, had indeed ensured she would never be forgotten, and that justice, however delayed, would eventually find its way to the light. Story 21. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address, a single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested. But Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case file during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well-worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades. Story 22. The town never mentioned the house at the edge of the woods. It stood alone, its windows blackened, its porch sagging under the weight of years. No one claimed to own it. No one could remember who built it. But when a group of hikers wandered too close, they saw something strange, names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep like warnings. At the bottom of the list, fresh and unweathered, was a name none of them recognized, until one of them whispered, voice trembling, "That's mine." The call came in during the night. Dispatch recorded it as a standard trespassing report. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who discovered his name carved into the abandoned house. The responding officers expected nothing more than teenage vandalism, perhaps a prank among friends. What they found instead defied explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness enveloped the forest. The beam of her flashlight cut through the shadows, illuminating the weathered facade of the structure. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with age, nearly invisible against the gray wood. Others remained sharp, as if carved recently. And at the bottom, Mason Wright, the cut still bearing traces of fresh sawdust. "I've never been here before," Mason insisted, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. "I don't understand how anyone would know my name." The investigation began with background checks on every name listed. The results chilled the detective team to their core. Each name belonged to someone reported missing over the past 4 decades. Some cases had gone cold, others remained active. All shared one disturbing detail: the individuals had disappeared while hiking alone. Forensic analysts photographed each carving, noting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, corresponded to a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The case notes described a young woman who ventured into these woods and never returned. Search parties found nothing but a single hiking boot beside a stream. Detective Keller interviewed Mason extensively. His story remained consistent. He had no connection to the area beyond this hiking trip with 4 college friends. They had chosen the trail randomly, based on an online recommendation. Nothing about his background linked him to any of the other names on the wall. The investigation shifted focus to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group photographer, provided pictures taken throughout their hike. In reviewing the images, analysts noticed something disturbing: a blurred figure appeared in the background of 3 separate photos. The shape resembled a tall, thin man, always partially obscured by trees. "We never saw anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the house interior. The structure appeared abandoned. Dust covered every surface, furniture lay broken and scattered. Yet in the basement, officers discovered a disturbing scene. Personal items belonging to the missing hikers sat arranged in neat rows on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each labeled with a corresponding name from the wall outside. The evidence technicians worked methodically, documenting every item. Under ultraviolet light, blood patterns emerged on the concrete floor, years of stains that someone had attempted to clean. Ground-penetrating radar revealed no bodies buried beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs alerted repeatedly near the back of the property, where the forest grew densest. As the investigation intensified, Detective Keller noticed unusual behavior from Mason Wright. He began reporting strange occurrences: whispers outside his apartment, footprints in fresh snow leading to his door but not away, figures watching from the street. The department assigned an officer to protect him, but Mason grew increasingly paranoid. The breakthrough came when researchers discovered land records buried in county archives. The house had belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors rarely saw him, describing brief encounters with an unnervingly tall, gaunt man who avoided conversation. Blackwood disappeared without trace 15 years ago, his disappearance never officially investigated. Detective Keller obtained a warrant to search deeper into the surrounding forest. The search team discovered a network of crude hunting blinds strategically positioned along popular hiking paths. Inside one, they found a journal containing meticulous observations, descriptions of hikers, their routes, equipment, and patterns. The handwriting matched samples from Victor Blackwood's few existing documents. The journal entries grew increasingly disturbing over time. Early pages detailed hunting techniques for animals. Later entries described humans as prey, their habits, vulnerabilities, and methods for their collection. The final pages contained detailed accounts of stalking each victim on the wall, including elaborate descriptions of how he selected his targets. The manhunt for Blackwood mobilized across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scanned the forest. Tactical teams methodically searched every cave and ravine, yet no trace of the suspect emerged. Mason Wright stopped answering his phone. Officers dispatched to his apartment found the door unlocked, the rooms empty. On his bedroom wall, freshly carved, was a single line: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason continued for weeks without success. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's house, forensic technicians made a horrifying discovery. Hidden behind a false wall in the basement, they found a small workshop containing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a freshly carved piece of wood bearing a new name not yet mounted to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the lead forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning and couldn't be reached by phone. Authorities established a continuous surveillance perimeter around the house. Camera systems recorded every approach. Motion sensors monitored for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors triggered an alert. Security footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and thin, moving with unnatural grace. The figure approached the house directly, seemingly unconcerned about the surveillance. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. When the system recovered, the figure had vanished. The house remains under constant surveillance today. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never found. The investigation continues, with new resources allocated as similar disappearances are reported in other forested regions. The names on the wall have become legendary among criminal investigators. Some officers refuse to speak them aloud, others avoid the case entirely. And local hikers now give the house a wide berth, afraid that speaking of it might somehow add their names to that terrible list, the names no one speaks. Story 23. At first it was just a flicker, a glitch in the baby monitor's feed. The mother dismissed it as interference, but then the audio crackled and a voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." Her blood turned to ice. She ran to her son's room, heart pounding, but the crib was empty. The window was closed, the door still locked. The only thing out of place was the stuffed rabbit on the floor, its glassy black eyes staring up at her. Rebecca would later tell investigators she screamed until her throat burned raw. The neighbors heard her cries and called emergency services. When authorities arrived, they found her clutching the stuffed rabbit, rocking back and forth on the nursery floor. The 4-month-old infant, Samuel, had vanished without a trace. The initial investigation yielded few leads. No signs of forced entry were discovered. The security system remained armed throughout the night. The recorded baby monitor footage showed nothing unusual until that mysterious voice and static. Investigators were baffled. How could an intruder enter a locked home, take a child, and leave without disturbing anything except a stuffed animal? Rebecca became the primary suspect. Her husband, Daniel, had been away on business. Their marriage had been strained since Samuel's birth. Medical records revealed Rebecca had sought help for postpartum depression. A detective noted her calm demeanor during questioning, describing it as unnervingly composed for a mother whose child had just disappeared. The community whispered behind closed doors. Then came the first breakthrough. The forensic team discovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill that matched neither the household fabrics nor the family's clothing. These fibers belonged to a rare type of climbing rope, suggesting a skilled intruder might have accessed the second-floor nursery from outside. The investigation shifted. Security footage from neighboring homes revealed a dark figure moving between shadows during the night in question. A partial footprint in the garden soil matched a specialized boot used by military personnel and experienced climbers. Rebecca was no longer the focus. Daniel returned from his business trip distraught and confused. During his interview, investigators noticed unusual calluses on his hands. When questioned, he mentioned rock climbing as a hobby he had recently taken up to manage stress. The detectives exchanged glances. Financial records revealed a troubling picture. Daniel had recently taken out a substantial life insurance policy on Samuel. Phone records showed multiple calls to an unknown number that ceased the day before the abduction. The case took a darker turn when investigators discovered Daniel had a second family in another community, a fact unknown to Rebecca. As the investigation deepened, the baby monitor became the central piece of evidence. Digital forensics revealed the device had been hacked. The signal had been intercepted and manipulated. The voice that whispered to go back to sleep wasn't coming from inside the nursery. It had been remotely broadcast to the receiver Rebecca kept by her bedside. The tracking of the digital intrusion led investigators to a residential basement where they made a shocking discovery. Samuel was found alive, being cared for by a woman named Elaine. She surrendered without resistance, her eyes vacant as she was handcuffed and led away. The connection emerged through old photographs and DNA testing. Elaine was Daniel's first wife who had suffered a miscarriage years earlier. Their marriage had dissolved after that tragedy, but Elaine had never recovered from the loss. She had been monitoring Daniel's life through social media, watching as he built a new family with Rebecca. Daniel denied any involvement, but digital evidence told a different story. His climbing equipment contained fibers matching those found on the windowsill. His specialized boots matched the partial print in the garden. Most damning of all, encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine detailed their plan. He would provide access to the home security system. She would take the child they both claimed was rightfully hers, and the insurance money would support their new life together. During the trial, the courtroom fell silent as the prosecution played the enhanced audio from the baby monitor. Beyond the whispered words that had chilled Rebecca that night, forensic audio specialists had isolated another sound in the background: Daniel's distinctive cough. Placing him at the scene during the abduction he claimed to know nothing about. The jury deliberated for less than 5 hours. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangering a child. Rebecca and Samuel relocated to rebuild their lives away from the painful memories. The case transformed how investigators approach modern abductions. Baby monitors across the country were examined for security vulnerabilities. Parents implemented additional safeguards in nurseries. Security experts warned of the increasing sophistication of crimes that leverage technology against the most vulnerable victims. Samuel would grow up never remembering the night he disappeared. Rebecca kept the stuffed rabbit locked away in a box in her closet. She couldn't bring herself to discard it, nor could she look at those glassy black eyes that had witnessed what truly happened when the baby monitor carried that whispered voice through the darkness. The monitor never lied. It had captured the truth, just not in the way anyone expected. Story 24. The hotel was cheap, outdated, the kind of place people only stayed for a night. The clerk handed her the key with a strange look. "Just don't take the last door on the left," he murmured. Curiosity gnawed at her. That night, as she made her way down the dimly lit hallway, she paused in front of it. The handle was ice cold. The door looked no different from the others until she pressed her ear against it. From the other side, something breathed. Detective Morgan Reed rubbed the sleep from her eyes as she ducked under the yellow crime scene tape spanning the doorway. The smell hit her first metallic and sour, a scent she recognized immediately. Blood had soaked into the thin carpet, darkening the already murky pattern to near black. The room was a study in contradictions. Pristine bathroom, untouched bed, and then the horror of what lay between them. A young woman's body sprawled on the floor, her blonde hair fanned out like a halo. Her eyes stared vacantly at the ceiling, her expression frozen in what might have been surprise or terror. Reed crouched beside the victim, careful to avoid disturbing the evidence markers that dotted the scene. "Third one this season," said the forensic technician, his voice flat with professional detachment as he photographed the body from various angles. "Same signature as the others." Reed nodded silently. The victim wore elegant clothes incongruous with this forgotten motel. A designer handbag lay open on the bedside table, contents intact. This wasn't robbery. Something else drove this killer. The hotel manager hovered nervously at the doorway, his face ashen. "She checked in alone, paid cash. I never thought." His voice broke. "The maid found her when she came to clean." Reed studied the room again. No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds on the victim. The woman had let her killer in or known them already. Back at the station, Reed pinned photographs to the incident board. 3 women, all with similar features, all found in cheap, out-of-the-way motels. The press had started asking questions. Whispers of a serial predator spread through the community. "The autopsy results are in," Detective Hayes announced, dropping a folder on Reed's desk. "Death by strangulation manual. No DNA under the fingernails. No signs of sexual assault." Reed frowned. "This is personal, not predatory in the traditional sense." Days blurred together as the investigation intensified. Hotel surveillance footage revealed nothing unusual. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, was a financial analyst with no known enemies. Her friends described her as careful, meticulous, not someone who would stay in such a place willingly. A breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Werner's sister. She mentioned a man she'd been seeing, the sister revealed, hands trembling around her coffee cup. Someone from work. She was secretive about it, said he was complicated. Married, I think. Reed leaned forward. Did she mention a name? She called him C, that's all she would say. The investigation shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues described her as professional, private. None knew of any relationship. But when Reed searched Werner's desk, she found a business card tucked inside a desk calendar. Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson presented the perfect facade when questioned, concerned, helpful, appropriately distanced. His alibi seemed solid, dinner with his wife and another couple, but something in his eyes made Reed uneasy. "Did you know Elaine Werner outside of work?" Reed asked casually. A flicker crossed Emerson's face, so brief anyone else might have missed it. "Only professionally." Later that week, forensics matched partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag to Emerson. When confronted, his facade cracked. "We were involved," he admitted, "but I ended it. She threatened to tell my wife." "Enough to kill her?" Reed asked. Emerson's expression hardened. "I never went to that motel." Yet hotel records told a different story. A credit card transaction for the adjacent room paid with a corporate card linked to Emerson's company. When they searched that room, they found a small camera hidden in the shared wall vent. The evidence mounted. Fibers from Emerson's distinctive suit matched those found on Werner's body. His DNA appeared on a water glass in her room, and when they examined his home computer, they discovered similar recordings of the two previous victims. The pattern emerged. Emerson selected women who resembled his wife when younger. He convinced them to meet at specific motels, always choosing the room next to the last door on the left, a room he had already prepared with surveillance equipment. He recorded their encounters, then returned later to eliminate the evidence, the women themselves. In the interrogation room, Emerson's composure finally shattered. They were going to ruin everything, he whispered. My reputation, my marriage, my life. The trial was brief but sensational. 3 families watched as justice unfolded in the sterile courtroom. Emerson never showed remorse, maintaining the blank expression that had served him well in the corporate world. The judge sentenced him to life without parole. As officers led him away, Reed caught his eye. For just a moment, she glimpsed something behind his mask, not humanity, but its absence, a void where empathy should have been. The media called it the door on the left case. Psychologists studied Emerson's pathology. True crime enthusiasts dissected every detail. But for Reed, the case never truly closed. Sometimes, walking down hotel hallways, she found herself counting doors, wondering what secrets might breathe behind them. In the evidence locker, locked away from public view, 3 identical hotel keys remained tagged and catalogued. Physical reminders that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Story 25. It was a pocket dial, just static and muffled sounds. The operator almost ignored it until a voice cut through. A woman whispering frantically, "He's here." He then silence. The number led to an empty house, abandoned for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances. But in the dust-covered kitchen, the phone sat on the counter, screen glowing. The call had been made just minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed pressed the playback button for the 5th time. The whisper haunted her, desperate, terrified, and impossible. The abandoned property had belonged to the Sullivan family before they relocated following a house fire that consumed most of the West Wing. Nobody had lived there since. The caretaker visited monthly and swore nobody had entered in years. Background check on the number, Morgan asked her partner, Detective Walsh. Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter. She died 3 years ago in a car accident. Morgan stared at the evidence bag containing the phone. The case made no sense. A dead woman's phone making calls from an abandoned house. The dust on the counter had been disturbed only where the phone sat, as if it had materialized there. The forensic team found nothing useful. No fingerprints on the device except partial smudges that couldn't be identified. No footprints leading to or from the house. The doors remained locked, windows sealed. The recording became the centerpiece of their investigation, those 11 seconds of static, breathing, and 5 desperate words. Voice analysis confirmed it matched Catherine Sullivan's voice from old videos with 98% certainty. The timestamp showed the call occurred at the exact time Catherine had died 3 years prior, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh interviewed everyone who knew Catherine. Her father, now remarried, seemed genuinely baffled. Her mother, living alone in a small apartment, broke down upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she whispered. "She sounds so scared." Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her death, Mark Jennings, had an alibi for the night of the call. He was working a night shift at the hospital, verified by multiple witnesses and security footage. Besides, the house had been empty. The call couldn't have happened, yet it did. The investigation stalled until Morgan received a call from Catherine's mother. "I found something in her old things," she said, voice trembling. "Katie kept a journal, the last entry. You need to see this." The journal contained meticulous entries about Catherine's relationship with Mark. The loving beginning, followed by controlling behavior, isolation, and eventually fear. The final entry read, "He found out I'm leaving. He's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident." Morgan confronted Mark again. His confident demeanor cracked under questioning about the journal. "You think I hurt Katie because of what she wrote. That's not evidence." "The accident report stated you were first on the scene," Morgan noted, "before emergency services. I was worried when she didn't arrive. I went looking for her. Her car went off a remote road. How did you know where to look?" His face paled. "I told you I was worried." Investigators revisited the accident scene. The car had been removed years ago, but Morgan ordered ground-penetrating radar of the area. They discovered something buried 20 feet from the crash site, Catherine's actual phone. The device they'd found in the house was her backup, kept at her parents' home. Forensic analysis of the buried phone revealed deleted texts between Catherine and her sister the night she died. "Mark found out I'm leaving him. He's following me in his car. And later, he's forcing me off the road." The medical examiner re-examined photographs from Catherine's autopsy. The injuries weren't consistent with the crash alone. There were defensive wounds on her hands, bruising patterns suggesting strangulation. When police arrived to arrest Mark, they found him gone. His apartment contained a shrine to Catherine photographs, belongings he'd stolen from her family, and newspaper clippings about her death. Among his possessions, they discovered an audio manipulation software and scripts showing how he'd created the ghost call by splicing Catherine's voice from old recordings. The call had been his twisted way of revisiting his crime, a game to confuse investigators and Catherine's still grieving family. The investigation expanded to other cases where Mark had worked as an emergency responder. 2 more suspicious deaths of young women emerged, both ruled accidents. Both had been in relationships with Mark. 6 days into the manhunt, officers spotted Mark's vehicle parked outside the Sullivan house. Inside, they found him sitting in the kitchen, staring at a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance during arrest. "She wouldn't stay quiet," he told Morgan during interrogation. "Even after I silenced her, she kept talking, kept accusing me. I needed everyone to hear her, to think she was still somewhere out there. A ghost can't testify against me." The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before finding Mark guilty of first-degree murder. As the verdict was read, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest. Justice had finally arrived, not through supernatural means, but through the voice Catherine had left behind in her words, her fears documented in ink, her final desperate attempts to reach safety. The phone from the abandoned house now sits in the evidence locker. Sometimes officers swear they hear it ring, though its battery was removed long ago. Catherine's story lives on, not as a ghost tale, but as a reminder that victims find ways to speak, even when their voices have been silenced. Story 26. The new homeowners thought it was just a quirk how the old intercom system crackled late at night, a relic from another time, rewired but long forgotten. Then one night the husband pressed the button out of curiosity. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" He jolted back, his hands shaking. His wife, standing behind him, whispered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor sat nestled among ancient oak trees, its weathered exterior belying the renovated modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had purchased the property at a surprisingly reasonable price, despite the real estate agent's nervous demeanor during the walkthrough. The intercom system, a vintage feature connecting all rooms, had been one of the selling points for the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves pulled up to the property, gravel crunching beneath the tires of her unmarked vehicle. The call had come in as a potential break-in, but something in the dispatcher's voice suggested there was more to the story. The tall figure of Daniel Parker greeted her at the door, his pallor evident even in the dim porch light. "It started with the intercom," he explained, leading Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. "Just static at first, then whispers, then full sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, hands clutching a steaming mug that remained untouched. "We found something behind the wall," she said without preamble. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he took down the drywall, her voice faltered. Behind the wall, wrapped in deteriorating plastic, they had discovered a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before carefully opening its brittle pages. The handwriting, elegant yet frantic, belonged to someone named Alina, the apparent previous owner. The entries detailed her growing suspicion that her husband Vincent was planning to harm her. The final entry was dated 30 years ago, Daniel explained. After that, nothing. The previous owners claimed they bought it from an elderly man who moved to a retirement community. The investigation uncovered that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed owned the house. Property records showed Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina allegedly left him. No divorce was ever filed, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name after the date of the final journal entry. Detective Reeves assembled a team to examine the property thoroughly. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete foundation of the garden shed. As investigators broke through the decades-old concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, with evidence of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band found among the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood built rapidly. Now elderly and living in a care facility, his mind was sharp enough to understand the charges brought against him. When confronted with the evidence, his response chilled even the seasoned detective. "She wouldn't stop talking," Vincent said, his voice eerily calm. "Always chattering through that damned intercom, checking on me, questioning me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself. Said she wanted to always be able to reach me, no matter where I was in the house." He looked up, eyes vacant. "I just wanted quiet." During his confession, Vincent revealed how he had carefully constructed the narrative of Alina abandoning him, even sending postcards to neighbors from various locations, written in forged handwriting. He had lived in the house for years afterward, walking daily over the concrete where his wife lay buried. The trial was brief, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The sentencing judge noted the calculated nature of the crime and the decades of deception that followed. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to remain after learning its dark history. Before leaving, they held a memorial service for Alina in the garden, now restored after the investigation. The intercom system was removed during renovations by the next owners. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during the removal process, though they attributed it to interference from their power tools. Detective Reeves visited the Blackwood case file one last time before it was archived. As she closed the manila folder, she reflected on how the house itself had seemingly reached across time to reveal its secret. The justice system had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, but only because Eleanor had found a way to make herself heard. The case became known among local law enforcement as the house that answered back. Detective Reeves would sometimes drive past the property on her way home. She never stopped, but she would slow down, window rolled down slightly, listening for whispers carried on the breeze. Story 27. The current was slow that morning, the water glassy and still. The fisherman almost didn't notice the suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first he thought someone had dumped old clothes, but as he waded closer, the stench hit him thick, cloying, unmistakable. The case was wrapped in chains, its edges rusted from exposure. When authorities pried it open, they didn't find clothes, they found hair, fingers curled into a frozen grasp, and at the bottom a note, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the grim scene. The victim was female, mid-30s, with dark hair and pale skin now mottled from water exposure. The medical examiner worked methodically, documenting every detail before the body was removed. What struck Mercer most wasn't the method of disposal, but the care taken with the victim's appearance: nails manicured, hair recently styled, wearing expensive clothing. She wasn't killed here, Mercer noted, watching the water lap against the muddy shoreline. She was prepared, displayed. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent known for selling high-end properties. Divorced, no children, she lived alone in an upscale neighborhood. Her colleagues described her as ambitious, meticulous, and private. She had been reported missing by her assistant when she failed to appear at an important showing with wealthy clients. She would never miss that appointment, the assistant insisted during questioning. That sale would have been her biggest commission ever. Investigators combed through Walsh's modernist home. Everything was pristine, almost too perfect. Designer furniture arranged just so, not a speck of dust on any surface. The refrigerator contained perfectly organized meals in identical containers, labeled by day. Her closet revealed clothing arranged by color, shoes in protective bags. The anomaly was in her home office, a drawer slightly ajar. Inside, investigators found a leather-bound journal. The last entry read, "He's watching again, same car, different plates." Digital forensics revealed something curious in Walsh's email: dozens of messages from unknown accounts. All contained the same phrase, "I see your perfection." All sent at exactly the same time on different days. Her browser history showed repeated searches for home security systems and personal protection devices. Detective Mercer connected these findings with evidence from the crime scene: the careful arrangement of the body, the presentation. "Our killer is methodical," she told her partner. "This wasn't rage, this was ritual." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A local pawnshop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace, missing from her personal effects. The man who'd pawned it was a regular Michael Linden, a quiet, unremarkable maintenance worker. Surveillance footage showed Linden entering Walsh's building multiple times over several months, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without. Always during times when she would be away showing properties. When detectives searched Linden's modest apartment, they found the walls covered with photos of Walsh and other women, all similar in appearance, all taken without their knowledge. Some were crossed out with red marker. Walsh was the third. Behind a false wall in his closet, investigators discovered a shrine. Items belonging to each victim laid out with precision: a brush with strands of hair, lipstick-stained tissues, receipts, keys. Each collection contained a small notebook detailing daily routines, preferences, habits. The interrogation room felt cold when Lyndon was brought in. With his neat appearance and soft-spoken manner, he seemed incapable of violence. Yet when confronted with evidence, his demeanor never changed. "They were imperfect," he finally said, voice flat. "They presented themselves as flawless, but I saw through it. Catherine's left desk drawer was always disorganized. She missed a spot when she applied her lipstick. Her perfection was a lie." The search for the first two victims mentioned in his note led investigators to remote areas where two more suitcases were recovered. Both contained women with similar appearances to Walsh, both real estate agents who marketed themselves as having perfectionist attention to detail. During his trial, Lyndon sat motionless, his expression blank as prosecutors detailed his methods. He had stalked each woman for months, learning their routines, entering their homes, studying their lives. When he finally took them, he corrected what he perceived as their flaws, washing and styling their hair, applying makeup with precision, dressing them in their finest clothes before ending their lives. The families of the victims watched in silence as the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, but questions lingered. What triggered Lyndon's obsession with these particular women? What perceived imperfection in himself was he trying to erase through these acts? The river continued its slow journey downstream, waters eventually clearing of all evidence. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk sat copies of those chilling notebooks, reminders that behind closed doors, in seemingly ordinary lives, darkness sometimes lurks beneath the surface. And sometimes the most dangerous predators are those hiding in plain sight, watching, waiting for a single flaw to reveal itself.